Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Getting our music queued up. There we go. I have a dream for this whenever I do these recaps for Karen Reed. I have a dream of making my own, recording of Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, that song from like the 90s. Just to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Shout out to Waterfall Bar and Grill. One of the main characters in this disaster of a case investigation. So yeah, every time I hear them talking about the waterfall, I just now in my head, I'm like playing that song. So it's like already a thing for me. Just I'm the only one that knows about it. But like I'm going to make it a thing so you guys can know about it and laugh too if you feel like it. So here I've got, let me back it up so we can appreciate the snow squangling I've got here. Let's see, because it's so cute. Yay, snow squangling. And even the text is snow, if you guys see. So there's a lot to talk about. And I'm happy that you guys are here. It's really kind of a miracle that this is happening because this morning I was working on editing my video and everything, the video that we're going to watch tonight. And it was really nice sunny weather outside. I heard a really loud pop outside my window, like out on the street. In other words, like a really loud pop. And I knew exactly what it was. And all the power goes. It was the transformer blew, like for just the section of my street, just blew. No bad weather. It just blew. And so like my house and then like a handful of other houses just on the street just lost power. And I'm like, of course, because without electricity and internet, you know what's impossible, right? Is making a YouTube video. So whether it's live, if it's whether it's live or even in my case, it was like, well, right now I have to edit this and export it. So, and of course I'm like, well, they're not the power people aren't doing anything. It's not like there's a storm or whatever. But it was like estimated time of it being restored was like for 10 hours from now. And from when it happened. And I was like, it's just like, it's so awful. I can just laugh like, oh, like a crazy person, because it's like, of course. So, I had to go and try to find somewhere where I could use Wi-Fi. And, anyway, it definitely delayed things a little bit, which is why I had to push back the stream. Shout out to Wifey, shout out to Candace, but it could be worse. It would be much worse if I was still without it, in which case I would have just had to cancel the entire thing. And also, I would have no electricity. So, shout out to the fan, by the way. Hold on. This is important. This is really important right here. Hold on. Let's do this right. Hold on. No, not Eric Bland. Wrong case. What I meant to do is this. Woo! The fourth best attorney in this case, according to Runkle. So yeah, so actually there's quite a few interesting things in here in this intro video that I have always enjoyed putting these together. And I'm including some stuff in here that's actually helpful. Like we're going to have some maps, and we're gonna have some stuff. I kind of got fancy with the maps, as you guys will see, with like using like icons and stuff. You guys will see it here in a second. Shout out to Copper Horse. So there is the house, the famous house. That's the same house that's in the thumbnail. And we all know whose house that is, probably 34 Fair. I always forget if it's Fairview or Fairfield, or whatever. I think it's Fairview. Anyway, it'll be on the map here in a sec. But the Albert home. And there's another view of it without snow. And one thing I want to talk about too, just because it's really crazy, is that all of the different overlaps and similarities that this case and this trial has with the Murdaugh trial. Some of you guys have probably already picked up on that. There's like a lot of them. But we're going to talk about that too in just a second. Actually, if you guys want to start naming anything, okay, well, here's the map just while we have it here. So as you guys can see, I've got, I inserted the Albert house, like to represent where the address is. And then I have the Canton police symbol. So whenever we use these maps, I'm going to insert these icons that are the real life icons so that you guys can see it easier instead of me. What I was doing before was like circling it with a red X, but no, we're getting fancy now. Now I've got a third icon. We've got the bottom. That's John O'Keefe's house. So let me pause this one. So we've got up at the top left, 34 Fairview Road. There's the Albert home. Then at the top, you've got in the middle there, you've got the Canton Police, and at the bottom, that's John O'Keefe's house. So, so this is what I'm going to be doing with these maps, is using these, I guess, icons, if you will, so that people can easily pick out where we're looking at. Hopefully you guys like that idea. I agree. This case is most crazy. It really is insane. It was just to the point where I'm like, we can't not do it. Like, I can't, like, whatever it was that I was doing, and like, I'm talking about this case, you know what I mean? Like, whether it's my daily life, or we're talking about Brian Kober, or we're talking about Murdaugh, it's like, well, we're going to be talking about this too, because this case is insane. So we're just going to be doing these recaps from now on for the trial. So there's the Canton Police Department. So yeah, so go ahead and start letting me know. What do you guys think? What have you guys noticed are similarities between this, whether it's the case or the trial itself, because there's going to be both, but between this and the Murdaugh trial, have you guys noticed anything? It's not like you would go into it expecting that, because how would you, right? It's just sort of like, at least for me, as I'm watching the trial, I'm like, I can't help but notice these things, and I'm like, wow. So there's the Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, which, by the way, it's named that. And whenever we do a field trip, we'll see there's what they call the Canton Waterfall, which we're going to visit it on our field trip. But that's why this is called the waterfall. And actually, if I pause it, let me pause it here. Yeah. So if you guys see where you see how it's like on a weird corner thing, the back side of it, that's where all that security footage that we see where the flag is in the way. So it's kind of like a disaster. That's the door that they're leaving out of, is on that back side. And don't worry, we're going to tour that parking lot and all that stuff too. I'm sure you guys expect that if you've been here before. So yeah, so that's the Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, as I call it now. We're going to see another view of it here in a second. There it is from the front. So if you are here in Canton and you, well, I can already say one thing, similarly to the freaking Low Country, right? I very quickly was able to kind of memorize the layout of this freaking area. Like, I think it was actually even easier because everything's much closer together. But like, I pretty quickly got the lay of the land of where everything is. And, again, it's just really funny. So, so if you're here, like where the sign is, you would be walking on that sidewalk, essentially with your back towards the camera. And that would take you in the direction of the D&E, and then the, what is it, McCarthy's or whatever. Definitely agree with that, for sure. Yeah, it's tough. Some of those rulings are tough, definitely, with that. Yeah. And I feel like it's been getting progressively worse. Like, again, I didn't know anything about this until the trial started. The first thing I knew about it was opening statements. So I didn't have any idea of what she was like from hearings or whatever, like, which has been really interesting. I did want to mention that too, because I actually really enjoyed approaching this differently, because I didn't know anything about it. let me pause the music because I actually wanted to mention this anyway. I think it's actually something that is worth talking about because I think there's a benefit here. So normally with the trials that I'm watching, I know everything about them as much as possible beforehand, right? And I've been studying them for years and everything, and I really enjoy that. I think it's great. But here in this case specifically, here's why I really have appreciated and learned a lot. I would say it's the first trial that I've watched that I can think of where, well, actually, that's not true. There's maybe been a couple others where I didn't know anything going into it, but for the most part, I would study it ahead of time. But anyway, but with this one, I knew the least about it than any trial. Like I literally knew nothing. So, but what I'll say is that I've actually been able to appreciate all the benefits of that. And here's what I mean by that is that it's become apparent to me during the course of this trial just how easy it is to assume things have come into evidence in the trial because they're considered common knowledge amongst everyone who knows the case when it hasn't come in. Let me give examples of this. Because the prosecution hasn't presented any evidence, it's actually really easy to give examples in this case for this trial. So like name anything that's like evidence. Like when people talk about like, whether it's, if it's like, what was her blood alcohol level or something about the car backing up or, I mean, whatever it is, like there's just different things that, kind of get mentioned, that we might expect to see in the future, or whatever, like, but really, but the thing is that the people who have followed this case ahead of time, I think, forget that stuff hasn't come in. And I'm not faulting anybody. I think that it's really easy to do. When you follow a trial for so long, there's stuff that's just like common knowledge amongst everyone following it that it's easy to just assume it came in. And I'm sure I've done that with all the trials that I've studied and assumed that things had already come in when they hadn't, just because it was like, in my mind, it was like a known fact, right? So it's really interesting because what it allows you to do is really actually assess what's come in. Like in this case, it's made it blaringly apparent that there's been nothing. I mean, we have nothing. Like it's really, every time I stop and think about it, it's really hard to even wrap the head around because it's like, we don't even have an idea. We couldn't even guess. The prosecution hasn't given us enough to even guess what time they think he died, what occurred, what caused it, what the circumstances were. And the other thing that is so interesting is I've thought about this too. Between the defendant and the victim, think about how much of the trial, it's like, I feel like the trial has the least amount to do with them. It's just so interesting. It's like they acknowledge that Karen and John O'Keefe were at the bar, but apart from that, that's pretty much as far as it goes. It's just very, and we're going to talk more about that as we get into the video, because everything about this is so unusual. Oh, hi, Kitsmits. I'm glad you're here. I'm just getting to the comments and looking at some of these. So yes, I'm glad you guys have that same approach, because it really does allow you to actually assess accurately, what the prosecution is presenting, right? Because, oh, by the way, now we've got the waterfall there on the map as well, the little icon. Hi, Black Witter. I was happy to see you also earlier tonight, as I was waiting for this video file to finish. So shout out to everyone for being here. So happy to see you guys. Yeah, they haven't presented everything. It's so funny. There's not been a single witness, in my opinion, that has even been neutral for the prosecution. Not even neutral. I think every single witness has helped the defense on direct examination. It's like, I don't even know. Like the direct examination of every witness has been bad for the prosecution and good for the defense, in my opinion. I mean, we're going to go through it, because if you look at, when we hear from these witnesses, ask yourself, we're going to talk about it. What was their goal in calling them, the prosecution? Like, why did they call them? What were they hoping to establish with this witness? Because it's really just confusing. It's and even the line of questioning, we're going to talk. I have so many thoughts, you guys. That's why I had to do this. We're going to talk about all of it because, yeah. So, everything is like, backwards with it. So, before I forget, I just wanted to mention my brother. He just posted 2 new videos. One is a time lapse from the tornadoes and shit out there in like Oklahoma. And Nightbot is putting a link for his channel for anyone who's not familiar with it in the chat there. And just, I think a couple hours ago, he posted his video from the Aurora Borealis from like last night. So it's like, I think it's another like time lapse of the Aurora Borealis pictures he took, which are insane, you guys. Like, they're unmatched. So, and it's short, it's like, a minute and a half or something, but these pictures are great. So definitely give that a check it out when you have a chance. So, so let me back this up real quick too. So again, these pictures, this is from the jury view. Let me go back to the other picture. So the fire hydrant, I think, is interesting. Now, again, the prosecution hasn't given us any reason as to why there's a trial, which sucks because that really does encourage speculation, right? So what are we going to do? Well, we know that they don't measure in that police department, which is unfortunate. That would have been nice had some measurements been taken. But what we do know from word of mouth and people's best guess, essentially, is that John O'Keefe's body was found near the fire hydrant. And the thing is that what struck me as interesting is that I was trying to find, in an attempt to answer the question that many people have been asking, which is, a lot of people have been asking, and I've been asking, we've all been asking, why are we here? How did they bring a case? What is their evidence? They don't, because we haven't seen anything. And so eventually I was like, you know what? The answer would be in the PCA. That's what a probable cause affidavit is for, right? Like that's what they're charging her with. That's what they're basing it on. That's their evidence. And so I was like, maybe the answer is in the PCA. Well, I was trying to find the PCA and it's only available on Scribd. And I already did my 30-day free subscription a long time ago, so I don't get to use it. So I scoured the internet for anywhere else that might possibly have it. And Google took me to freaking Turtle Boy's website, which at the top it had a banner. Don't be misled by this. It's not true. At the top it had a banner and it was like, here's every single court document or whatever in the trial. Well, it's not. There's only a handful of documents on there, and the probable cause affidavit is not on there. However, all that to say is this. As I was scrolling on Turtle Boy's website, like usually there's like ads that pop up, and I'm just so used to tuning them out because I hate ads. And I also have like ad blockers on. Well, I was scrolling through and I saw what I thought was like ads for like, sometimes they have like ads for like, they'll show people's like hair, like for hair loss or something like that. Maybe where it's like a close up of somebody's head, stuff like that. Like I thought that's what I was seeing, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was just scrolling past it. Well, as I was looking for this PCA, I all of a sudden I realized, holy shit, that's not an ad. Those are the freaking like hospital / maybe the autopsy photos. Like it was the stuff that's not shown in trial. Like it was the pictures that I was not expecting, planning on, intending to see. Didn't know they were on the internet, so as I was trying to find this PCA on there, I actually got to see it. And so here's what I will tell you guys. I can speak to what the damage looks like, and I can speak to like his face was beaten into a pulp. Like his eyes, both eyes, it's like he had 2 black eyes, like as if he was punched in each eye and they were like swollen shut. His face was basically unrecognizable. It was blown up like the size of a watermelon. His trunk area, like rib cage and stuff, was so swollen and discolored. You couldn't even tell it was like a human body to me. We've seen and then of course the scratches and stuff on the arms we've seen because they showed that in court. Again, none of that's consistent with being hit with a tail light, but whatever. But then here's the interesting part that I wanted to mention is the head. So the part that I thought was like one of those ads for like hair plugs or whatever the fuck, it was the back of the head. It was the gash, and they describe it as a gash or a laceration. And here's what I thought to myself. The way that in the 911 people describe the wounds and stuff, like to his face and his head, are completely downplaying it. First of all, it's not just a laceration or some bruising. Dude, he's fucked up. Like it's way worse. Like in my mind, the way that it was making they were making it sound was like as if he'd kind of been in a fight, but like he was just got like some scratches and then he died of hypothermia. That was kind of the impression. Again, who knows, because the prosecution's not given us anything. We have no information whatsoever. But that was what I was thinking. But like when you saw the pictures, when I saw the pictures, it's like, oh, he, in my opinion, it's like had he not been in the cold, I think it's possible he probably still could have died from like the other shit. It was really, but here's the thing with the head. The head wound in the back of the head is a huge freaking gash. There's like a chunk of his head missing. And here's what is interesting to me, because I was trying to think about how could that be caused? Because even if you get in a fight with somebody, it doesn't look like a knife wound. This is, and again, I'm only saying this because we have literally no information. The prosecution has no theory of the case. There's been no medical information presented. There's been literally nothing. So here's what I will say is that I looked at that head wound and I was like, huh. And to me, I was like, it looks like he maybe fell back and hit it on something very specific, because it doesn't look like a knife wound. It doesn't look like a blunt object. It's very specific because it's like a blunt thing and a cut. And so here's what is interesting. This is just my theory because, again, we have nothing from the prosecution. But if you look at the top of that fire hydrant, I'm going to keep playing this from the jury view. Wait, let me go back. And there you can see it again. Let me go back just one more time. So if you look at this fire hydrant, you've got the top of it and then you've got the sides of it. If someone were to fall, and especially on the top, to me, that could definitely be a very good cause. Like that having seen the wound, that looks like something that would have caused that. If you think about just gravity and then falling on that, 100%. And that's apparently he was found right near the fire hydrant. So, yeah, both of his eyes were completely swollen shut. Completely swollen shut. He was just disfigured. I mean, really. Yeah, so yeah, falling. So like had he could have been, was he, I mean, if he'd been in a fight, again, we really don't have any information to even, it's like, so there's a number of things that could happen. It's like something could happen elsewhere, like inside the house or somewhere else, right? And then he was already injured and then he fell and hit his head on that, right? He could have been pushed. Not that, and it's the type of thing, that fire hydrant is the type of thing, I will say this much, that someone wouldn't be like, my goal is to get you to hit your head on here. Haha. Like, is that such a specific point? Like, I don't think someone could like push someone and intentionally have good enough shoving skills to make that happen. Like, I think it would have been, in my opinion, it's like either like that's a freak thing because that would have been just too hard to make that happen. Had the fire hydrant been mobile, like not attached to the ground, and they could pick it up and hit him with it, that would maybe be different. But again, looking at the nature of the wound, it really looks like it was something he fell back onto. So, hi, tennis girl. Yay, happy to see you. Yeah, we definitely need testimony from someone credible who did evidence, who did their job like a person without solo cups and without paper bags. And like, it's just so weird. Like, when is there a trial where the prosecution doesn't present evidence? It's just like, it makes me wonder, are they going to even call a medical examiner? I mean, so far, even in terms of what was in the trial, I think the only thing they've shown is the scratches to the arms, but it wasn't the prosecution that entered that into evidence. It was the defense. Whenever does that happen? Ever. Never. Like, the prosecution is not, right. So now let's talk about the overlap with Murdaugh. This is a good jumping off point right here, Kitsmith. Thank you. So besides the opening like, again, I had no interest in this case at all. But I think just like for me, and I've heard the same for a lot of people, the opening statements changed my mind and made me want to watch it, right? But as it went along, I started to feel a little bit almost like it had some endearing qualities for me because of how much I freaking love Murdaugh, as you guys know. Not him, you know what I mean, the trial. And all the little quirky things that I think are just endearing. And so, and even though it's terrible, right? Like the things that like they're not necessarily good things, but they're things that make it unique, right? The little quirks, idiosyncrasies, if you will. So let's start talking about that just real briefly here. What do you guys think? Like, what are some overlaps, if you guys think of any, if you have any in mind, between these two? Let me see what y'all are saying. Hold on, let me pull this down. There we go. The only fan. Yeah, I was thinking like fan club, like there's a lot of things here. Yeah, Black Widow. Yeah, I would like to see my face too. I don't even know what it was, because yeah, real like that was that was really shocking. Yeah. No, they haven't, Kitsmits. They haven't done a gosh darn thing. They're just trying to fend off the prosecutions. They're trying to with each witness, with as I call him, lollygaggle. With each witness, I've learned lollygaggle's questioning. So with each witness, I can tell by lollygaggle's questioning. Like normally the prosecution is asking questions trying to prove their case. That's not what's happening here. So what happens here is lollygaggle. It's like a reverse situation, where it's like he's on defense, but he's going first, so it's offense. So it's like with every witness, lollygaggle's questioning, I can tell exactly all the things he's afraid of when the defense goes on cross. I say cross, I'm doing it in bunny ears because it feels like the defense team is the prosecution and the prosecution's the defense team because anyway. So it's just very weird. It's like Twilight Zone material. So but you can tell from his questioning, it's like with each witness, and we're going to point it out, like with each witness, you can see all the things where it's like he's trying to do what normally defense does on cross before redirect. It's just really weird. Anyway, that's exactly right, Kitsmits. Yeah, the prosecution, the offense is almost exclusively playing defense right now. That's 100% what it is. That is what it is. Imagine when he gets to the case in chief for the defense, what's going to happen? I don't even know. I don't even want to know. It's going to be so insane because like they're already, and they have no burden. This is what's so wild, man. Yeah, and so also that's right, correct. Here the connections to local police is a big one. Yep, for sure. What about having, the idea that there's a family name? Like here it's the Alberts. Like everybody knows the Alberts, right? People will do favors for the Alberts. The Alberts wield a lot of power. Sounds like they've been there forever. The family is like involved in everything. It's like anywhere you go, you're going to bump into an Albert, that type of thing. Very much like Murdaugh, right? And I would say that that's a similarity. And then the difference, like with Murdaugh, it's like they were really established as like the attorneys, right? And then with the Alberts, it's law enforcement, but it's a similar thing. Small town with one family that seems to have been there for a long time. And the other thing that's so interesting is like they all have lots of family members and none of them move out. Even the younger ones, they don't go away for, I guess there's in this case with the Albert, they got a couple that were in the military or whatever, but then they came and moved back in with the parents. So it's kind of like when we talk about that, like that vortex, right? Of how, like, for example, like Buster, like never being able to leave that area. It's like you're just stuck with history repeating itself. Like, remember when we talked about identity and that was a big part of it, of like this cycle. It's a similar thing. I keep thinking about this because it's like, it's very odd. I don't know if you guys notice this, but like, how we heard a lot in the Murdaugh case about how Paul and Buster, like the younger kids, and even all the kids, all of their friends that were the younger generation, whatever you want to call them, like they're in their 20s now, whatever. They all hung out with the adults, like the parents' friends. I didn't hang out with people that were in their 40s and 50s when I was that age. you know? I mean, it's not like I had to dislike them. It's just like I didn't just like social, but they did, and it's the same thing in this case. Like I keep thinking it's so odd. It's like Brian Jr.'s birthday, and so they're going to invite over a bunch of his parents' friends, you know? And that was something they did every year. I don't know. It's just it's very interesting, and like they never leave, or they leave and they come back. So yeah, the family is very integrated in the community, 100%. I don't even want to imagine. I mean, here's the thing. I will say this much. We may not get to that. Maybe that's why, maybe the defense is putting on such a strong case, even though they don't have to put on a case at all. But now I think I mentioned this before. It'll be really interesting. I really am excited for the motion for a directed verdict, because we know that happens at every trial after the prosecution rests their case in chief. Can you even call it that in this trial? No, but whatever. They rest. I can't even freaking imagine. Anyway, after that happens, there's always a motion for a directed verdict. And I'm telling you, if that's not granted, for the like if that's not given like right away to the defense, I don't know how this judge is going to be able to continue, because like there's just you can't call because the point of if you guys know, like the motion for a directed verdict, we don't, I guess with some trials it's not, they always air it, right? It's always on like the live streams, but I don't know that everyone always covers it or watches it. But basically the point of that is again, this happens in every trial. It's protocol, like it's standard. Every case, every trial, once the prosecution rests their case in chief, mind you, has to be after they rest their case in chief, the defense is going to make a motion for a directed verdict. And they did it in the Murdaugh trial, but it was really easy to miss because it took about 2 minutes, because immediately the defense, you could even tell they were making this motion for directed verdict out of the fact that this is just like tradition of what you do, but like they didn't even argue it. There wasn't even an argument. So it just happened really quickly. So it was really easy to miss. And it was just sort of, and the Creighton was like, yeah, I don't even have to say anything. And it was like, yeah, like we already know, because here's what it is. It's like, what they're saying is a directed verdict means the judge directs a verdict before the case goes to the jury. So what this means is what they say, and every case has it, right? The defense attorneys will say, Judge, Your Honor, the prosecution hasn't met their burden. They haven't brought forth the evidence to support the charges. It's basically saying, like, how there's always these motions to dismiss and stuff before trial and all kinds of stuff, right? But if should those get denied and the case goes to trial and goes before a judge, the motion for directed verdict is basically like saying, okay, now that you've seen all the evidence the state can bring forth, which is just laughable in this case, right? I mean, like normally there actually is evidence. So anyway, but it's like now that you've seen the evidence to support the charges, and now the prosecution had their chance. Here's all their evidence. The point is for them to say, look, they don't have a case here. They don't have a case here. And motions for directed verdict are most oftentimes denied, right? They don't usually, it's just, again, it's more like a ceremonial type thing. But there was a case recently. It wasn't anything I really followed. I'm trying to remember what it was. This might have been about a year ago. There was some case. I remember it got to the motion for directed verdict, and whatever it was some dude. I think it was a homicide trial. Anyway, it was the motion was approved. Like he was, and what happened was wild, because the dude was there, like in custody, whatever, like for this murder or whatever, and like they did the motion for directed verdict, and the judge was like, "Yeah, prosecution has not proved it. You're free to go." On the spot from the courtroom. Which they were probably expecting to be, the defense was probably expecting to just go through this and then start their case in chief. Nope, we're done. Trial's over, and he gets to, and he like literally at that very, it's like, you can walk out. Like what? Like it's so wild. But that, so I did see it happen that one time, but it's very rare. Anyway, all I have to say, I'm wondering if the reason the defense is bringing it, you know what I mean? Like bringing the fire, because they would have to imagine there's no way any judge could get to, and okay, let me just say caveat, unless the prosecution is punking all of us and it's like, haha, here's all the evidence, we were just playing you guys and making you wait for it, which makes no sense and has no trial strategy and is just so unlikely beyond any possibility, right? But barring that type of situation where all of a sudden, like, here's the real case, here's the real trial. Apart from that, like, I don't see how there's any way any judge could be like, yep, you support that, there's evidence. Like, what? So anyway, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens. Because if that motion for the directed verdict is denied, there's going to be problems, and there should be problems. There should be big problems. I will say there should be big problems if that's denied. Big problems. Yeah, because that's scary. That's really scary, because like this is the last chance essentially for the government to be like, yeah, we fucked up. We're not gonna continue on because this isn't what we do, right? Like, you have to have evidence to support charges. You can't just make stuff up. You can't just say, even when it comes to the realm of civil cases, you can't. That's called defamation. So when you think about the thought of a government doing it, and this comes to the other thing I'm glad I thought of, because I wanted to say this. This case is a really beautiful example of the importance of good defense attorneys, because you can see how without that, how easily it would be for the government to get carried away with whatever you want to call it. I'm not saying it's on purpose corruption. I mean, it can be, right? We've seen that. It could just be laziness. It could just be apathy. It could be whatever. But anyway, it keeps them. It's the checks and balances, right? That they and that's why they wrote it into the Constitution, right? The Sixth Amendment. They wrote the checks and balances. It's like they could foresee the future, which is insane. And they wrote the checks and balances in. You have to have somebody, it's like the same idea that we always hear. Like, you don't want any one entity to have that much power, right? You need some other thing to check and to provide that check and balance. And that's what the defense attorneys do. So yes. So yeah, no, absolutely. I will be appalled if it doesn't go through for that directed verdict. Yeah. I will be appalled. I missed the thing about the dude with swollen knuckles. I will be honest, sometimes it's tough with lollygaggle. Sometimes my ears just start tuning it out. It's not on purpose. It just happens. And then I'm like, oh wow, he's still talking. Yeah, I mentioned I don't know what the swollen knuckles was. So let us know, Blackwater, what you're referring to here. Yeah, lollygaggle. But there's other similarities. Let's talk some more about these similarities to Murdaugh. So here's the other. So I've got a whole list here. What about the unique accents? Because they're very specific. And again, in my mind, I'm like, wow, this is so funny, because it's gonna make me really love this trial, right? Like, as much as I had no care at all for it before it started. Like, again, the opening statements, but then once I started seeing all these little quirks, I'm like, it makes it like, I don't know. So, but the accents, like all the Bostonisms that we hear, it's just like, all the freaking Low Country sayings and singing from the same sheet of music, and a bridge too far, and out over their skis, and I mean, the list goes on and on. Yeah. So, Black Witter, if you hear people, dude, okay, if you hear people saying something in a chat about something that hasn't come into the trial, don't worry about. I mean, personally, I don't. The thing is that I think it's important with every trial to stick to what comes in as evidence, right? Because that's what the jury's going to hear. If it doesn't come in as evidence, the jury doesn't hear it, right? So, but in this case, I think it's even more important, again, because otherwise it's too easy to assume that the prosecution gave us information. And I don't want to get the wires crossed. So I'll give you a good example. There's been some things where I'm like, oh, I could Google that. Like, How long would it take to drive from here to here? Or there's been a number of things where I'm like, oh, what time did this thing close or whatever, where I'm like, it's information that should have been the next question in direct examination that is knowable and is Googleable. And I've actually stopped myself because I hear EDB say it all the time. She says, it's not our job. It's the prosecution has to prove it, because the jury can't sit there and Google it, right? So that's the thing, is like, if you, and it's a normal instinct that I would be doing, or I'd be Googling or whatever. But here's the thing, is when you do that, you forget that the prosecution didn't give you that information. So it's that, so in assessing, especially in a case like this, in assessing what are they proving, it's just become really obvious, or really, I'm really appreciating on a whole new level, committing to this idea of not taking any outside, information in, apart from what's presented at trial. So that way I don't accidentally give Lally any credit he doesn't deserve. If that makes sense. Yeah, I've been loving these live streams. If you guys haven't checked out IO Backyard Cam, I'm pretty sure there's like 24/7 streams, because every time I check, I think there's one on. But I love it. It's so, the squirrels. Like, my brain, my heart might blow up. I love, and that picture of the one in the tree. Oh my God, I just can't. It's too cute. Yeah, 100%. Kitsmith is saying it's so hard to resist the urge to Google. I have massive sympathy for juries now. Yeah, because especially in this one, like Lally, dude, I feel so bad for them. It's like, what is it like? Getting cut off mid-sentence, or, there's other terms like, I don't know, what's another way to say it? Like, he'll ask a question or whatever, and it's like, it's something that you can tell him, the jury is probably something important, right? And then there's an obvious common sense follow-up question, something basic, right? And then I'm sure the jury is expecting that question, but then he doesn't ask it, and you're just like leaving them hanging. You know what I mean? I know. I used to, and I'm really not doing it in this case. And again, I give all the credit to EDB, and I'll tell you how that happened, because EDB has been encouraging, when she's doing her live streams during the trial, when it's actually happening, she's actually saying to the chat, please don't give the information. She's like, because people are like, oh, we can Google this. And she's like, no, don't do it. And then she's actually asked them, she's like, please, y'all, if you have this information because you heard about it ahead of time, or if you Googled it, like, she says it's like a spoiler, right? Like, let's all learn, let's find out together when the jury finds out, like, please don't give us the information, so that way we can keep track. And that's what really made me realize the importance of it, especially in a case like this. So, yeah, I'm just, but the thing is with LawTube, though, you can completely tune him out, as I do. I mean, it's just, there's not even he doesn't even get brought up. I mean, even when he had his whole hearing the other day, they don't even know his name is Turtle Boy, so they call him Aiden. Like, it's great. It's great. They don't even know. They don't know any history. They're like, I don't know who this is. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. So, yeah. So yeah. So then what else? So then also, so the accents, everyone knowing each other, like everyone's best friends. It's the sports ball, right? There's the sports ball. There's the working together. The kids do the activities together. They are all related / friends / everyone's just like intertwined in all these different layers. That makes it all very spider webby, I mean, like, everyone's just really, there's a lot of overlap. Everyone's like the person's coworker / it's somebody's sister and the other person's best friend, and it's like, what the fuck? Good for you, Kitsmiths. Yeah, it's that's a good thing. You don't need to know who he is. It's just stupid. So yeah, so everyone's just really, it's just very interesting how everyone's all yeah. Childhood, same, exactly. That's another good point. The childhood sweethearts got married, just like in Murdaugh. It's really interesting because, like, it's a type of thing that I feel like it's really unique. I mean, the way that they both in Canton and in, like Hampton, they've preserved a lot of these, I guess what you would say are traditions that have kind of gone by the wayside. And I'm not saying it's better or worse or whatever. It's just really interesting how they've kept these again, like having a family legacy. It's stuff that used to be maybe valued more and it's not as important anymore. But they've really managed to continue that. Almost, it's like they're in a different time, like a different century. It's very interesting. So yeah, don't Google them. Don't. Yeah, it just gets worse. And you know what? Anything you need to know, you'll learn from the trial. Like what you said from that hearing. Like that's all that's all that matters at all is if we hear about it in the court. So yeah. And then what else? But then also we talked about the family name and influence. Another interesting thing is that you've got your crime scene, right, which happens at a residence. And in both cases, you have a bunch of people who don't live at the residence ending up at the residence right after the crime scene. I mean, the circumstances are different, right, between the two, between Murdaugh and Karen Read, but it is a similarity. Whereas when they go to talk to people, there's like everybody's all there, which is another interesting thing, right? Like that was the same thing. That another interesting, unique similarity, I guess. By the way, it was insanely difficult to find pictures of that courtroom. I don't even want to tell you guys probably how long it took me to find those pictures. That was, it's really funny because, like everything should be available on the internet. Sometimes I find when I'm looking for stuff, especially like a specific image related to a trial to make these videos and stuff, sometimes I'm actually, well, it's annoying, but it's almost in a way pleasantly surprising that there's still some things that are really almost impossible to find. So yeah, less convenient, but in a way it's like, well, at least it's not like everything's just all over the place. So yeah, quaint, definitely Kit Smits. And then another thing is, yeah, so all the people there after the crime scene, and then there's another big one. The dog. They like when they started finally talking about Chloe, at the end, or what was that, on Friday when they started talking more about Chloe, again, I could tell, I really feel like Wally Gaggle made it really easy to get inside his head. Like I can understand from his questions. It's like he's actually giving it everything away. Like there's been so many times where for me, and I've heard law tubers actually comment at like some of the exact same moments, similar things where it's like a thing. It's like a theory, if you will, or a suggestion or an implication that hadn't occurred to me or to them. That would be an implication that would be something that normally the defense would suggest, but the defense didn't suggest it. And it didn't dawn on me or other people until Lollygaggle suggests it in his questioning. And it's like, oh, I didn't even think about that, but now he's put that idea in my head. It's just, anyway. So yeah, that was what I was going to say with Chloe the dog. We first hear about her, from Lollygaggle's questioning, and his questioning and the responses also, to me, were like, I see where this is going, because his entire purpose, weirdly, during his direct examination is try to thwart off the defense ahead of time, which he can't do. It's not, but regardless, it's just giving it all away. So you can see, so then it's like you actually know ahead of time all the things that are weak points. Oh, well, okay, that's not right. I was going to say weak points for their case. They don't have a case. The things they're most concerned about. That's why they're having to play defense when they're supposed to be on offense. It's so weird. Instead of trying to prove anything, they're just trying to do what usually defense attorneys are doing. It's just so bizarre. Anyway, but we'll see examples of it. So, but the dog, though, of all things, like, man. Yeah, they calling the dog, it was very weird. Yeah, there's definitely a difference between the love for the dogs between the two families. That's very clear. Yeah, the getting rid of it. And again, I wouldn't have ever thought there was anything sus. But then when Julie went into great detail about being able to prove that the dog is alive somewhere, I was like, again, it's the same type of thing. It's like, it would never have occurred to me that maybe something had happened to the dog, but boy, they sure suggested that. I would never have thought of that. It would never have crossed my mind, but they gave me that idea because of Lally Gowell's questioning and her answers. I was like, yeah, I was like, oh, something happened to that dog. That's evident because they're already trying to stave that off at the head. It's just so it's so insane. It's so insane. Um, yeah, everything was weird. And there's just yeah. Uh, so let me look at my list here. So there's one other huge similarity, you guys, that happened on Friday between the two cases. That when this came out in testimony, and I don't know if anyone caught it. I'm curious if you guys caught it. I haven't heard anyone mention it. I was listening and I was trying to go do other things, but I was just like going to listen to this. I don't know. I was just like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? Because like it was finally Brian Albert on the stand, and he was talking, and he said something, and I like fell out of my chair, and I was like, of course. And I'm not going to spoil it. If you guys didn't hear it, I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to wait till we get there and so you guys can hear it in the testimony because you guys, I don't want to spoil the moment for you because it is, I'm like, how is this real life? It is perhaps the craziest of all of it. I think the dog is a pretty crazy similarity too of all the like random things you can have. But yeah, like exactly the Streisand effect for sure. That's exactly right, kids. But there is y'all, I can't wait till we get to it because you guys are going to be like, how did I miss this? How did I miss this? But there is a huge similarity that's like, oh man, it just takes it right back to Murdaugh, right there, right then and there. So so I think that was, so yes, I'm going to save that one on the list. I'm saving for when we get there in the testimony. So let me pull up. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for this one. Okay. Okay, so I mean, it's a great question, really, Candace. I don't know. It's a great question. Oh, by the way, let me pause this real quick. By the way, so with the pictures we've been seeing of the fire hydrant were from the jury view. This picture I took from Google Maps because I kept noticing in the jury view, I kept noticing that the fire hydrant had a red sticky thing. Like, let me go back just a little bit. Like you can see it there, like right behind the fire hydrant. Let me go back one more. Oops. There we go. Yeah. So that sticky uppy thing, whatever, from the back of that pole, skinny pole thing. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And so in the jury view, you don't ever see they only show it from these two angles. You can't tell what it is. So then I went on Google Maps and got this picture for us so we can see what it is. Because fire hydrant, I don't know if it's like fire hydrants there have that, if that's like a thing. It looks like a reflection, like maybe it's a reflective thing. We don't have those here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with those at all. But I was just looking at it again because I'm like, it's a long, skinny pole, and it could have been responsible potentially for that head injury. I thought until I saw this picture where I saw the top of it. And I was like, no, there's no way, because that's just not going to be the right shape. Had it been a little bit wider and thicker at the top, similar to the top of the fire hydrant, then that also could have been a culprit maybe for that head wound. But looking at this, I really think it was the top of that fire hydrant. I mean, it really looks like that. Nipple, that's what it is. Yeah. I mean, beats me, Blackwater. Beats me. Why didn't they search the house? Well, I guess we kind of know why. Why didn't they measure? Why didn't they admit? Well, I guess it wouldn't have mattered if they'd admitted the blood into evidence because it didn't count anyway. It was just bullshit. But there's just, um, I mean, and the other thing is like, even the first responders, right? Like normally when we have trials, the first responders are typically good sources of information. Like I would say in most trials, you can kind of like, yeah, exactly, right? I guess we know why, right? In most trials, it's like you can count on them as being unbiased, typically, right? Like they don't have an agenda. They show up, they do their job, they try to save lives. They're first responders, right? That's it. And like so, in every trial, and usually they're the first people a jury hears from. So Candace, we don't know anything about, we don't know because they don't tell us information. I mean, they've barely even, they haven't even given us any information about, I mean, I think they vaguely mentioned the cause of death in the opening statements, but I mean, we just don't have, they haven't given us any, like, again, who was it? I think it was Peter Tragos was doing a recap. He was like, can you guys believe that we're on day 9 of this trial and they still haven't even said, the prosecution still hasn't even said what time they think he died. Not even an approximate window of like 6 hours. They've given us like nothing. It's so weird. So yeah. Oh, what was I going to say? So, yeah. So what was I talking about though? Oh wow. If I actually forget my thought, that will be a first for me because I always remember what I was talking about whenever I go off topic. So Blackwater said nipple, and I said yes, and then I was talking about so then I was talking about the head injury. If anyone knows, let me know in the chat. But yeah, so I paused it for this picture. Maybe that's what I was talking about. So that we could take a look and see. And I was like, yeah, there's just no way that this caused the head injury. I mean, it is really, it's just, that's right. Correct. Thanks, guys. Yeah, the fire hydrant. Yeah, the thickness is what caused the gash for sure. Oh, I know. Yes. So the first responders, right? So the first responders is typically the jury hears from them first. So I've kept my streak going on not ever forget. Like, my squirrel brain is like a super focused squirrel brain, right? So squirrel tangent and laser focus. So anyway, so the EMS first responder people, right? So generally they're good sources of information in any trial, and they're the first people the jury hears from typically, and they generally are like, here's what I saw, here's what I did. Usually they're giving specific information about the nature of the injuries. I mean, fathom this because with every first responder, like in this case, it's like every single line of questioning from the prosecutor, like on direct examination from the very beginning. Again, he was like, now in hindsight, see, now that I know his questioning, now that I understand how Lollygaggle's brain works, if I were to go back and watch it, I would be like, every single question he's asking them is trying to, again, it's like a defensive standpoint of trying to thwart off any impending, guaranteed imminent doom of that they're going to get impeached by the defense attorneys. Like it's just trying to like thwart off any of those statements that can be impeached. Like that's all it was. It was just trying to find some way to prove that they're consistent with their statements. But again, it really wasn't about John O'Keefe. Like that's so weird. Like we hear less about the defendant and the victim in this case. It's really all about the Alberts and Brian Higgins. It's so weird. And that right there should tell you something, right? If the names that we keep hearing again and again and again, and the real, what's coming up in the lines of questioning from the prosecution, right? The questions that he's asking, it's about their families and their kids and their interconnectedness and, how much they had to drink and what their, reasons for being biased are basically, which of course is like countless of those. Like it's their social lives with each other. It's not about the victim or the defendant. It's just so freaking weird. But what's so crazy is even with the first responders in this case, I've never seen it like that, where even with the first responders, it's all about what did you hear her say? Think about that, guys. No, that's not usually nobody ever brings in the first responders for a case essentially for a pseudo confession that doesn't even count as a confession, really. Like, that's not the point of the first responders, right? Think about any trial. Why do they call their first responders? Like, go ahead, pop it in the chat. Like, why in any trial, prosecution calls the first responders. What is it that the first responders are testifying to? What is it that the prosecution is using them to prove? If you guys want to pop that in the chat, just so we can articulate it, because I think it's good to understand, like, all the layers of this. And it really helps us to understand and better understand our minds and explain just how this case is so different. Yeah, evidence of wounds. Great example. Thank you, Blackwitter. Evidence of wounds. Yes. What actually happened? Yup. For sure. I mean, I know. He's just, I mean, and it's like in this case, the prosecution is proving, again, not that they need one, but proving the defense's case, the theory of the case, essentially, right? I mean, and then so is the defense. It's just so bizarre. I mean, what we're not hearing from is anybody that's actually testifying as to the charges. It's insanity. No one's getting on the stand and testifying as to the charges. They're just testifying as to how, trying to prove that their statements are going to be consistent when they're cross-examined. It's just so freaking weird. Yeah, absolutely, Kid Smits. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and the thing that it comes back to for me is it makes no sense that if they had evidence, if they had evidence, it wouldn't matter. Like, if you have really solid evidence, that's the whole point, right? The point of the defense is to make the prosecution prove their case. But here's what I will say, and I'm going to use BK as like an example for this, okay? If you guys have heard my other things about BK, like with Ann Taylor, she's a force. Like, if I ever get in a bind, not that I expect that to happen unless I go to an airport and accidentally have knives. But yeah, I want her. Like, I want her, or I want Mark Eiglarsh, or I want Unetti. But but Ann Taylor is just like the epitome to me of like a defense attorney. And but here's the thing, and I truly believe this when I say this, like, this is why the whole checks and balances exist, because no matter what, she could be and probably is, like, let's just say for the sake of this conversation that she is the best. Let's say it's proven she's the best defense attorney on the planet. Let's just say that, okay, for the sake of the conversation. In my mind, when you've got DNA evidence like that when you've got and we don't even know everything, right? But from the little that we know, yes, it's going to be cross-examined, blah, blah. I think that it's a good example of when you have solid evidence. And that's the point. That's the other thing I was going to mention too. The other point that is really interesting is having good defense attorneys. You know what it does? It should make law enforcement have to do better at the crime scene, right? When you think about the first responders, maybe not like EMT, but the first, like law enforcement, right? The first people that show up there on the scene from law enforcement. The thing is that having good defense attorneys, it really should make sure that they do their job by collecting evidence properly, because that's the difference, right? My point being, like with BK, I think the evidence, like in the law, they have the saying, res ipsum loquitur, like the thing speaks for itself. Like, when you have really solid DNA evidence, when you have, just from the little bit that we know, we don't know all of it, obviously, like, I don't think there's any way around it. And DNA is like that, right? For the most part, like, it really is. Unless it's like a situation where it looks like it was planted, but I don't know that how often. If ever there was a situation where that could have happened, it would have been in this case. I don't think they did any DNA testing, right? Like in my mind, I'm like, wait, well, we wouldn't know that because the prosecution doesn't tell us information, but I don't think they did anyway because that they didn't even have. I mean, why would they, right? There was no case here. So, but normally there's DNA testing, right? But had they done it in this case, it would have just been thrown out. So, but that's my point is like, it should ensure, like having good defense attorneys should ensure that not only does it hold the prosecution to doing their job, but it should ensure that the law enforcement does their job because it speaks to the importance of if you have really good, solid evidence. And that's the point. That's what we want. We want people to be brought in. If they're going to be charged with a crime, we want there to be solid evidence. That's the point. And so that way when, it feels like a just verdict, right? If they're found guilty based on the solid evidence, hopefully that makes sense because I think that it's just here again, like with the first responders and the law enforcement and stuff, I've never seen or heard of anything like this. I mean, anywhere. I mean, it's just, if it was a movie, you wouldn't believe it. You would not believe it. Thank you for the warning. Thank you for the disclaimer, Kit Smits. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's true anywhere. And that's the thing about the plea deal, because there's a lot of debate about that in the legal community. Plea deals can be a great tool, but there's also, I don't know, it's tough, there's a lot of pros and there's a lot of cons with the plea deal. We could do a whole freaking live stream from a philosophical level of the plea deal and then from a practical level of the plea deal and examining it from all the different angles. Like that would be fun for me. But like, I think that's true anywhere, like where, someone was talking about this recently, actually. Who was it? Oh, gosh, I can't remember who it was. Might have been Runkle, but it was before the Karen Read trial, so it was not related to Karen Read. But somebody was giving, I think it might have been Runkle, was giving an example of just like how when you've got someone who is being interrogated, right, or whatever, they're in custody, Yeah, I think it was Runkle. I think he was talking about, like, if you think about it like gambling, like a sure thing. Yeah, I think actually, sorry, I'm in my mind, I'm remembering it. I think it was actually on a Friday Night Frenzy, so it was Rob and Runkle. And they were talking about how, like, with the plea deal, it's tricky because it's like whether someone did it or not is not even really a part of it. It's not. It's a plea deal. So do people plead guilty to things they didn't do? They do. They certainly do. And here's why. Because it might be a gamble of like, well, you can take it all the way to trial and, you might get not guilty or you might get a guilty verdict, in which case you're looking at, I'm just going to make up something. Let's say it's 30 years, whatever, right? Like it's going to be because, a lot of places have like the mandatory minimum sentences, which is a whole other discussion because that's intertwined. And if you were to get rid of that, then one could say that might help some of these issues with the plea deal. But anyway, mandatory minimum sentences where when you get convicted by a jury, then they have to give you at least as much time, right? See how so it's all kind of related. Versus again, even if you didn't do a crime, if they're telling you like, we've got this evidence here and you could get found not guilty, but if you get found guilty, it's a guaranteed 30 years, let's just say, for the sake of the example. But if you take this plea deal, it's a guaranteed 10 or whatever the case may be. So they're having to weigh their odds. And I mean, because of the plea deal, and here's the thing, this is the point. What is the plea deal? It means they plead guilty. That's the point. So because they offer you this plea deal, it goes without saying, that's the whole point. People are going to plead, or essentially, it's kind of like, it's not essentially a confession, but kind of. I mean, they're pleading guilty to something. it just makes it even more likely that someone will do that when they didn't actually commit the crime, because they've been convinced by the detectives, or maybe they just looked at the odds or whatever, you know what I mean? And they're like, yeah, I would rather take a sure thing with 10 years than risk it with like 30 or something, you know? So that's why when people are offered these plea deals and they maintain that they maintain their innocence and that they're not guilty, um, that it really does send a strong message, you know, to the fact that they could have done the plea deal, you know, when you think about it. And then the other thing is like, it's also fucked up because if people are pleading to these plea deals when they didn't actually commit the crime, it means that the person who actually did the crime is still out there. And then that's a threat to the public. So there's a lot of implications. I'm just reading. Yeah, I know. It would seem like she has money. I think Peter Tragos was saying that her defense would cost at least like someone was like, how much do you think her defense costs? Like $500,000, like $500,000?" And he laughed. He was like, "At least." So in my mind, I'm like, "Oh, it's way more than that." So for this defense team, and for anyone who didn't know, actually, Alan Jackson, who's the other defense attorney besides Yannetti, there's also that girl, but she's only done one witness. So, but Alan Jackson, the one who does not have a Boston accent, so he sticks out like a sore thumb. He worked as a prosecutor in Emily's office when she was the DA in LA for a long time. He was one of her prosecutors, so she knows him. But yeah, I think she does have money. That's exactly right. Trials are expensive. Yes, that is exactly right. Well, and it depends in terms of the expense of the defendant. That depends, right? If they're found indigent or not. But if they're found indigent, it's more of it just increases the expense for the state, doesn't it? Because then they have to pay for the defense attorney. So trials are expensive no matter how you slice it. It's costing everybody money. And that's where, and that really, I will say, is maybe one of the only pros you can argue for with the plea deal, right? Unless somebody did do something and they really are guilty, in which case maybe the plea deal actually does a good thing for them. Maybe it's like a first offense, and so like I don't know, it really makes sense for this person to get less time because they might be able to actually like, you know, whatever, maybe it was a mistake and they can get out and have a good life. I don't know. Like, I guess maybe in rare circumstances, it actually does benefit someone who actually did the thing. But yeah, I think the whole point is because of the money is kind of how it came about. So yeah, it's expensive for everybody. Um, okay, so the next thing we're gonna do, real quick, we're gonna just watch because I had already had this video that we're gonna watch. It's short. I had already had this prepared before I decided I was gonna do a recap on this trial. You know how I've been making these little snippet videos before we get into other cases, whether it's like BK or Gloria Satterfield. So I had already made this one from a couple days ago, but I didn't have a live stream until today. So it's just a little Runkle clip here of him talking about I don't know. I will say that again, they give it away. Lollygaggle gives it away. The other witnesses give it away. Jen McCabe, to me, is the linchpin in this whole thing. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know what. I just know she is at the center. It's like I noticed this early on. I was like, it always comes back to Jen McCabe. Like it comes back to the Alberts, but she is an Albert essentially. But it always comes back to her in the sense that like she was also she like specifically to her, she was also driving around with Karen when they were looking for him. She also was there. And remember too, the one EMS girl who got impeached and all that, like the one person who says that she actually heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Remember, that whole statement was that the EMS girl asked a question to Karen, but Karen didn't respond and answer to the EMS girl, Katie. She answered to Jen McCabe of all. Like, I don't know, man. It's just anyway, from the very beginning, it's like it all comes back to Jen McCabe. And then there's even the footage of them when which we're about to see actually, when they're leaving the bar and Jen McCabe, and it's just I don't know, man. I really can't wait for her to take the stand. It's going to be, wow. If I'm available to live stream it when it's happening, I will do that because I would love to be able to like talk about it in real time. Yes, that's exactly right. She's the main, yes, 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 yes. That's exactly right. So let's take a look at this. What, if any, pigeon?
It seemed like they were like,
sorry, I forgot because again, I made this a few days ago. I forgot that was me making fun of Lollygaggle there with his what if any, which has just been getting worse. Every day it gets worse than the last day. What if any pigeon business is going on with Jen?
it seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
And just to be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or
no, like joking around, like, "Hey."
And let me just say real quick, he's got it on probably 1.5 speed, but don't worry, we're going to watch this testimony in its entirety, and we're going to watch it on regular speed. But this is really just to see his commentary.
Hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Like it was like something like that.
And
that's weird.
Sort of walk towards the door to the
sure is.
together?
Yes.
We should have a theory at this point that tells us like
right.
Why are we here, right?
Yeah.
What is going on? Why is this being prosecuted? Why do they think that she is a murderer? And I'm like, we don't have any of that here.
Nope.
It is
insane.
Just
you know what's so funny, guys? I'm pausing it. Imagine if someone didn't know anything about, had not heard of this at all. And let's say they were flipping through channels and they come across like, I guess, court TV or something, or not, I don't know if people even watch TV anymore. Or they come upon on YouTube, they don't know any information, right? And they're watching some of the trial. I'm so curious. What do you guys think? If they don't hear, they know nothing about it, they don't look it up, they don't Google it, they just start watching it and just to see, what type of trial do you think they would imagine they're watching? If they're like trying to figure it out without looking it up? Like, what type of trial do you think they're watching? Kit Smith says, what if any sort of, the sort ofs, man, sorry. What if any sort of like pigeony or other bird-like business type thing the way you phrased that is that's perfection. That was Lollygaggle right there. Yep. It's what was it he said the other day? He said, he was going to ask a question about something happening in the morning, and he goes, something, and then he goes, in the daytime morning. It's just like, so yeah, but did you guys catch my question? Like if somebody were just to come across this trial on TV or on YouTube without knowing anything about it, and they don't look it up, they don't see any information, they just start watching it, and they were going to try to guess what type of trial they were watching, what do you think they would think they were watching a trial for? My guess would be that I would think that they might think they were watching a civil trial, whether or not they even knew what the difference between civil or criminal. I think that they would think it was something akin to like a lawsuit, right? A lawsuit. They might understand it that way. As somebody suing somebody. And that's why there's all these like almost like character witnesses. And there's a lot of talk that seems like it's just kind of like reputation type of stuff. Like in my mind, I think that it would be reasonable for them to think that they're watching like a defamation lawsuit type thing if they didn't know what they were looking at and they just came across it. Hi, Kelly. Happy to see you. Yeah. Yeah, and I agree. I do agree. That's the other thing too, is like I would think that's another good point, is I think it really does seem like the Alberts are the ones that are on trial, but they aren't, but they should be. And that's what it is. That's what it is. It's like literally we're watching a trial. Like I keep saying, we don't even hear about Karen Reed or John O'Keefe really. It's all about the Alberts, and that should tell you something. right? That should tell you something. Why are we only hearing about the Alberts? It's like they're the ones on trial, but like, oh wait, they aren't, but like they should be. I mean, it's just really insane.
It's just weird.
It was the three of us in the front.
And then we've got Jen McCabe trying to lure them over. That's weird.
At the initial time when you're
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen.
Let me say that again, because I thought the same things. And then when I saw his recap, that's why I clipped it. Because I was like, that's exactly what I thought. I was like, what? This testimony about that she says about Jen is really, really alarming, because her and her husband were both great witnesses. Not like, okay, again, why we're going to watch their testimony. We're going to ask ourselves, why did the prosecution call them? I have no idea. I'm saying they're great witnesses, like they're just great witnesses, but not for the prosecution, you know? So I don't know, but they were maybe the only people we've seen so far who don't have a dog in the fight, who aren't super intertwined with everybody else, who aren't related to the Alberts, who weren't lying on the stand. I mean, everything they said was just honest and forthcoming. They might honestly be the only two witnesses we've seen like that. Guys, let me know if I'm forgetting anybody, but I think they might've been the only two, because even the other friends, there was like some iffiness, you know, but these two, because all the other couples are like, yeah, we didn't really know them as well or whatever, right? They were the couple that no one could pronounce the last name. Like but they are the two, like that's, it's almost like, right, it's like a good thing. They're the ones that aren't quite as intertwined. And of course, right, that seems to be why they are the ones that seem credible and intelligent and honest and, you know, whatever. Yeah, I know, right? For sure. They seem cool. And so, so the fact, my point is like the fact that she says this, and of course it comes out on direct examination. Way to go, Lally. Way to go. A+ job. Just keep on helping. Just keep on helping the defense, right? But it's the type of thing where it's like she has no when she said that, it just really stood out to me, because she didn't exaggerate anything. And in fact, a lot of times she said she tried to remember something, but she didn't make it up. She didn't fill in the blanks if she didn't remember something. She was comfortable enough saying, I really don't remember. So like, just to hear, like, she could have easily have gone with whatever it was Lally was suggesting, and she didn't, which was great. But anyway, it just adds to the credibility here, but it makes it stand out what she says about Jen.
Any of that here, it's just weird.
It was the three of us in the front.
And then we've got Jen McCabe trying to lure them over. That's weird.
At the initial time when you're
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen. And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
It is kind of weird how, like, every time there's a thing happening, it points back to Jen McCabe. Like, why is she so often the, like, main figure?
It's
is weird, isn't it?
It's weird.
Jen's got a puffy coat.
Dude, her name comes up at more crucial moments, critical moments in terms of the time, like, than Karen's does. It's like the way Karen and John are talked about. It's like, again, it's like you wouldn't know they're the defendant and the victim. It's like they're just happen to be there. Like, they're almost just like bystanders. The way that, you know what I mean? It's like when you look at everything that's really being at the points of contention, it don't have anything to do with them, right? It's like the why am I blanking on his freaking name? Oh my god, I just lost his name. The dude who's friends with Brian Albert, who they were play fighting. Oh my god, I can't believe I just forgot his name. Anyway, that dude, and like him and Brian, like that dude, because we already heard from Brian, like that dude, and like Trooper Proctor and like Jen McCabe. It's like, why am I forgetting that dude's name? I can't believe I forgot his name. The ATF dude. What's his name? Oh my god. Brian Higgins. I just remembered it. Okay, Brian Higgins. Yes, of course it was another Brian. Yes. Brian Higgins. Yeah, Brian Higgins. It's like Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, man. Like, I can't remember if we've learned or not how they're connected. If they, I wouldn't be surprised if they're siblings or they were married or they are married or I'm really curious what more we're going to learn on that.
Or the date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from.
Oh,
What if anything is going on in Lally's head?
And
Yes.
John's right there.
Yes. Yes.
You might be watching this and you're like, what is the thing that is happening here? And that is correct. It's what if anything is actually going on here. Now note John O'Keefe walking out of the bar with a glass in his hand. And there you see a glass in his hand. Is it the same glass? Is it a different glass? Maybe he's in the habit of taking
Do you see an
glasses.
individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person?
I believe it's Jennifer.
By that you mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Gabe.
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you go to the last piece. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please.
So none of this makes any. Yeah, there'll be another witness regarding the glass, I'm sure. I would be sure if I knew what they were doing, but this is Pigeon Business, so I don't know.
You guys, you heard it from the man himself, the creator of Pigeon Business. That's why when I heard him say this, I was like, yes, because beautiful. Let's hear that again. Ms.
Gilman, if you go to the last piece.
So happy to see you, DSN. Yay.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please.
So none of this makes any. Yeah, there'll be another witness regarding the glass, I'm sure. I would be sure if I knew what they were doing, but this is Pigeon Business, so I don't know what is going on.
They planned a trip together.
Yes.
And she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
So excited about their future trip that she was driven to murder.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed,
Fair.
"You're coming with me."
Bars do get through a lot of those
You didn't
glasses.
say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
So, Mrs. Kolokithas, with reference to your relationship with John O'Keefe, as far as what you were relaying was what the defendant had said to you at the bar that night, correct?
I'm just going to go back a second. This face.
You know what that's the face? That's the face of someone who's being lollygaggled. That's what that is. She's being lollygaggled. She is confusion. She's being lollygaggled.
What you were relaying was
This face is a whole vibe. This face is like a whole mood right here. She's looking at Lally like, what, if anything, the fuck?
What if sorry, I'm in my brain. That dude, I want to hear that. The what if anything fuck. So I'm in my mind as I was starting to put stuff together. I'm like, all right, I'm already gonna have to have a thing for the fan, like fan club or something with the fan, only fans. And then like also we're gonna have to do like a don't go chasing waterfalls thing. But I have to hear that ending again from him.
This face is like a whole mood right here. She's looking at Lally like, what, if anything, the fuck?
I mean, yep, that's it. Well said. Couldn't say better. Oh man. So DSN, I am curious. Now that you're here, I'm curious if you noticed we were talking about the overlaps, the similarities that this has with Murdaugh specifically. And I'm curious because no one else I think has noticed it yet. There's something very specific that came out on Friday that was like, well, you may as well have just detonated a atomic bomb like essentially in my mind with hearing this. Like, it's like, of course that I don't want to say more because I'm afraid I'm going to give it away, that it's going to become too obvious that you might guess from the context clues if I keep talking. But I'm just curious, Dia said, if you caught that, if any, or are you guys going to be surprised when we get to the testimony? That'll be fun too. Yeah, this, like I said, this courtroom was so fucking hard to find pictures of. Y'all have no idea. Without people in it, right? I didn't want people in it. Yeah, Kid Smith says, in reference to this trial, what, if any, sort of fuckery of any kind may or may not be happening here or anytime? All of it is happening all the time. But like that question, you guys, the number of times where Lally gaggles on direct and the witnesses are just so confused, I feel so bad for them. And it's like, of course they're confused. I mean, they're like, what are you asking me? I don't understand what you're asking me because you're not making sense. Like, and why is there only one prosecutor? Of all of the crazy questions in this, that one gets overlooked because there's so many. Like, I mean, everything's overshadowed really when it comes down to it, if we're being honest, by the red solo cups. That's going to win everything. But also, why is there only one prosecutor? And I've never in my life ever seen this. Anything like just that one element alone. Let's say that they had evidence. Let's say they had a case. Let's say everything else was normal, but there was just only one prosecutor. That would still be fucking weird. I want to hear all of your thoughts, DSN, please. I want to hear, we've been going for an hour and a half just talking about, all of our thoughts. And I'm glad you're here to join in the conversation. Because I know you were actually invested in this case before, certainly before I was, because as everyone knows, that wasn't until, yeah, that's an understatement. That's just an understatement. And in case you didn't know this, DSN, I'll just let you know, I already said this earlier, but Alan Jackson worked as, alongside, he worked for EDB. He was a prosecutor in her office when she was the DA in LA. So she knows him. Oh, that's fun. What did you eat? I love Lebanese food. I hope you guys had fun. Tell your wifey we say hi. Love Lebanese food though. I'm vegan. Do you guys even know that? I guess you guys knew that. But anyway, so, oh, that's fun. Please tell her happy birthday from me. Even though she's like, who is this person? I don't know who this is. But anyway, still, I guess if nothing else, she can relate to the fact that, I'm a musician, but yeah, so the Lebanese food is so good. Like hummus, falafel, oh God, all this stuff. There's so much. Like hopefully they had like the really good, like the homemade pita, like nothing beats that. It's been a long time since I've actually been to a place like that. Cause I've started kind of like making it myself, but it's not as good, Like, because like what I tend to do is I get too creative. Like I love falafel, but see, I get too creative. So like my falafel, when I was making a lot of like homemade falafel, I love kind of like how I love hybrid animals, like a squanguin. I love that with the food. So my falafel that I would make would be like like curry falafel. I know it sounds crazy, but it was actually really delicious. So I would like make it and it would have like all your regular seasonings, Mediterranean, but then I would add like ajika seasoning, which is actually a Georgian seasoning. And then I would add curry. And then I'd also add sriracha powder. But I would do a good amount of yellow curry. And it was actually so good. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not traditional. So oh, that's good. At least that's good. So she's not like, who are these random weirdos? We're just weirdos, but we're not as random. Super Planner Girl. Hello. I'm so glad you guys are here. You guys both arrived like right after each other. That's crazy. So yeah. But DSN and Super Planner Girl, please, we welcome your thoughts on the case. I know I do want to point out for you guys that missed it, the fire hydrant, I think is worth just noting again, because let me find that here from our thing. from our thing. Oh, let me point out a couple things for you guys that are just joining. First of all, whenever we have these maps, I've gotten fancy with it, if you want to call it like that. I've added, let me find it here on my thing. Yeah, okay, I've added icons. Let me pause it. So for the things, so you've got like over here on the left, there's the, obviously that's the Albert House. And then I've got that's actually taken from the actual sign of the Canton Police Department. I just took the legs off of it. So these are the actual images. So they're where the locations are. So like, instead of me circling it or doing a red X, that's scribbly, we're upgrading to things. So, and then there's more, they're all going to have icons. So we've got like one for, there's John O'Keefe's house at the bottom. And then later on, you'll see I've got one for the waterfall as well. Don't go chasing waterfalls, as I call it. But then let me find the fire hydrant. That was the other thing I was going to point out. Here, I have this included because at some point we're going to have to figure out how everyone drove home. Because like getting home from the waterfall, or sorry, not getting home, but getting to the Alberts, there's like a bunch of different ways, which is what the previous picture was showing. And like, just look at this, just looking at this, you can see there's Washington Street, there's Revere Street, there's Revere Court, there's the Waterfall Bar and Grill, there's the back parking lot, but you can see how there's a lot of different ways people could go. And that's why they keep asking about what direction the cars were parked. Because there's no real evidence in this case, and that's the best they can do to try to help us figure out how people drove home, I guess. But like, look, this even looks confusing to look at it. So at some point, you know, Lally's, I'm sure, not going to be of any assistance with this, but we'll have to figure it out on our own. So, but I think coming up next should be the, there's a pho restaurant there also, by the way, guys, right next to the waterfall. So if I ever go to Canton, I don't expect to, but I'm going to go get pho. Because I freaking love pho. Where's the fire hydrant? Okay, should be coming right up. Aha! Yes. So the DSN, I was saying earlier, I'll just try to briefly summarize because I'm not like repeating myself, but we do need medical evidence about her injuries. That's missing. Here's what I was going to say though, and some of you guys heard this from earlier, but I'll just real quick. So I was trying to find the PCA, and because it's like, to answer this question of like, how are we here? Why did they bring this? Because they're not telling us anything in the case, like in the trial. So I was like, oh, well, the PCA, that's what that's for, right? Because here's the charges and here's the evidence to support the charges. If we don't have the evidence to support the charges get dropped. That's how it goes. So, well, the PCA in this case is only available on Scribd, which you have to pay for unless you do your 30-day free subscription. But you guys know me. I've hit every fucking paywall, firewall, whatever the case is. I did my 30-day free subscription a long time ago, and the technology people, whoever it is out in space, they remember that, and they're like, you already did your free thing. So, and Super Planner Girl hasn't, so she actually did it, and she has the PCA. But I scoured the internet everywhere to see if there was anywhere else I could find this PCA. And Google took me, without my realizing it, I just was clicking on a link, and it took me to Turtle Boy's freaking website. And don't be fooled, it says at the top of it, it's like, first of all, it's gaudy as fuck. It's exactly what you'd expect. But at the top of it, it's like, here is every Karen Reed court document. Well, that's just lies. There's only a handful of documents, and it's missing the PCA, which is probably the most important of all of them. So yeah, so it's missing the PCA. But as I was scrolling to try to find it, and I thought I was seeing like ads, which I was like, this is weird because I have ad blockers on all the time, which you guys have actually seen sometimes when I have my screen share and it's like, turn off your ad blocker. So, dude, that would be awesome, Super Planner Girl, if you want to scan it to me. So, yeah, so I was like, this is weird because I assumed it was like hair plug ads or whatever. Like they were like, or ads for different things where it's like, I just don't even pay attention to it, but I just see it as there. But at some point when I was looking for this PCA, I realized, I was like, wait, those are real pictures. That's not an ad. And then I realized it was like, I don't know if it was autopsy or I don't know. Let me put it this way. I don't know if he was alive or dead in these pictures, but it was like, essentially it's pictures that they're not going to show in court for sure. It's going to be the type of stuff that's sealed. It's stuff that is like from the hospital, or I mean, I don't know who took the picture, but it's the injuries. It's the injuries. And so, but the reason I brought it up is because the way that they're described in writing is really mild compared to seeing it. But in particular, the gash on the back of the head is very specific. And it really, in this case, I did not want to see it. I was not trying to see it. That was a complete accident. I was like taken aback. I was like, I don't even know what's happening right now, because like we never see this stuff, right? And I'm fine with that. But I will say that in this case, it did help me understand something, since the prosecution's not doing that, of in terms of that type of wound, because they're saying there's blunt force trauma, but they're also describing it as an incision, and it's kind of both but neither. And it's also way worse than it sounds. Like you saw the pictures. Is that what you're saying, Super Planner Girl? That's exactly right, Kit Smith. So far from what the jury's heard, she was not drunk, but no one, that's why we have to remember, there's not been any evidence that's come in yet about her having any type of blood alcohol, nothing. All of the evidence, even elicited on direct examination by Mr. Lollygaggle, all of the evidence that's come in as to the drinking was that she was totally fine. Even freaking Brian Albert, I think it was. Yeah, Brian Albert. Was it Brian or was it the other Albert? One of the Albert brothers, maybe both of them. I remember specifically, he was like, would you have gotten in a car with her to let her drive? And this was on direct, I think. And he was like, I wouldn't have even thought about it. Like as in it wouldn't have even crossed his mind not to get in a car with her driving. And, this is like the former detective. So that's what the jury's heard. The jury's heard she was fine. Okay, you saw the pics. So the gash, right. So the gash, to me, we know that, well, there was no measurements, but he was found near the fire hydrant. I don't know. I'm not trying to speculate. It's just they've not given us anything in this case. But I do think that just from having seen the wound, looking at the top of that fire hydrant, it looks to me very consistent with if he had fallen. And like I was saying earlier, he could have been an accident. He could have tripped. He could have been pushed. I don't think someone could have like intended to aim that. Like, I think that would be just too hard to be like, I want to make sure your head hits that. Like, I don't think that would have been the case. It would have been an accident in some form or fashion, I think. But the top of that fire hydrant definitely looks to me, because again, that cut did not look like a knife. It was very specific to where it's like, I couldn't think of many things that would cause that. But I think part of it is like the force and the sharpness, because it's something that's sharp, but not super sharp. Right. And then there also was like an amount of like force, like, you know what I mean? Like gravity or whatever, physics, science. That reminds me of Mr. Physics from Murdaugh, but that like falling and hitting something like this, the top of this, I don't know. That's just just one thing I think looks like that kind of. So, so let me see what you guys are saying. So, I mean, I agree with you entirely here. Yeah, I'm also with you. I don't believe in conspiracy theories either, but definitely there's corruption. Yeah, we know that exists, 100%. Another similarity with like, again, the Low Country's done better in terms of nipping that in the bud. I mean, that's actually a difference. If you want to say like the similarities and differences between this and Murdaugh, but the Low Country finally said, we've had enough. We're putting our foot down. But the Alberts are still being protected. Think about that. For all the shit and all the heat that South Carolina got, y'all, I'm sorry, but there's people that are still protecting the Alberts. It's just, you can't even compare it, right? Okay, so DSN is saying, I think Karen Reed may have accidentally hit him and then drunkenly drove home, but the injuries on John don't seem to correlate. Right, yeah. The injuries on him don't correlate with being hit with a car. And I was actually talking with Super Planner Girl about this too. Like a taillight, if you guys like go touch your taillights, guys. Like I've had a broken taillight before when somebody like backed into me in a parking lot or whatever. Like they're plastic and they're flat. Like, I mean, there's just no way how did he get the black eyes, man? Right? How did he get any of it? Scratches, like literally the only thing I could see being consistent would be like the, and I don't even know if they were considering, I don't think they're even saying this was a contributing factor to his cause of death, but it looked like there was like bruising in his like, like trunk abdomen area, like bruising type of stuff. And now I don't know if that was from if that was just discoloration from the hypothermia, but So I don't even know what that was, and we don't know because we haven't heard from the ME. But if there was if that was bruising there, like on his abdomen side area, that is the only thing I could see thinking when someone backs into you with that portion of the car. But that wasn't a contributing factor to his death. So you can't charge someone for that. Like that doesn't, if it wasn't the contributing factor. So, so let me see what else you guys are saying here. So I did, okay. It's funny because this is where okay. You know, there's the charges are in the PCA, right? Well, okay, let me back up. Why is it in my mind? I'm like, there's confusion over the charges. And here's why I say that, because Lally did not make them clear in the opening statements. Usually prosecutors are very clear and they repeat what the charges are because they're trying to get the jury to accept that they want them to side with that, right? They want them to find them guilty of fill in the blank. So they repeat the charges a lot and they refer to the charges. But we didn't hear murder until the very last sentence. I think it was because Runkle pointed it out in Lally's opening statement. And we only heard the word murder once. So it may not be until jury instructions that we're really clear on how they're going to charge this, because it could be different than the PCA. So here's what I mean by this. What I mean by this is, like, we were talking about this. I can't remember who it was. It might've been Super Planner Girl. I was talking about somebody and it was like, you know, is there a lesser included or is there not a lesser included? Is it like one or the other? Like, cause we know in some trials they have an option but sometimes they're like mutually exclusive, right? But I Googled it. I looked up online and I went to what was it? It was like the NBC Boston. It was like the official Boston-y website thing. And like, it was describing her charges, right? Because again, I can't read the PCA, I guess, unless Super Planner Girl scans it to me. But again, just to reiterate, the charges could be different now than what they were then. But the Boston, website thing was like, said that they described it as there was not a lesser included. Like, it was just the second-degree homicide and like the drink, whatever. It wasn't drunk driving, but you guys know what I mean. Something for the drinking. But then I think it was lawyer, said there is a lesser included. And so I don't know for sure. Again, it's another thing. Like, this shouldn't be confusing. This is not normal. Usually the prosecution makes it very clear from the get-go what the charges are and how that works for the jury, but that's just not discussed here. So I don't know, like, if I don't know if I'm just getting conflicting information about if there is a manslaughter charge or not, or there's some other lesser includeds in regards to the homicide, or his death, rather, I should say, versus like just the alcohol related things. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's entirely possible, Super Planner Girl. I think that definitely. Okay, I'm really behind on the seeing it's just science from when I was saying that. Yeah. I think that's entirely possible. The scratches are interesting, right? Because that's where the dog would get involved, which is interesting. How did the dog? Because, like, I think it was actually Runkle who I couldn't make heads or tails of the scratches. Okay, I've never been in, every dog I have is a lovey dog. I just don't have any experience with bitey dogs and all that, right? And I just love them. And so anyway, but so I didn't actually see how people were like, I'm like, I don't know what to call that. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I was seeing those pictures of the armor. I'm like, I don't know what would cause that. I couldn't even think of anything. And then Runkle actually, the same day, I think it was that they showed that picture in court and he saw it and did a recap. He actually described it. And I was like, holy shit, that makes perfect sense. And the way he described it is this. And if you, in your mind, imagine, like he said, like when you see people that are like with the police dogs and they like have their arms sticking out, like if the dog is like jumping to lunge at them, bear with me because this actually, I think, makes so much sense. And they stick their arm out, you know what I mean? Like, to thwart it, if you will. But the dog, and we've probably all seen this on YouTube, right? That usually they've got a special suit on, but the dog does that thing where takes its mouth and like grabs in the middle and then puts its two claws or paws on either side. So you've got mouth in the middle where the elbow is, and then you've got the claws or paws. It just depends on how long their nails are, I guess, right? On either side. And when you see the picture and you think of that description, at least for me, that explains, like, that's what that looks like. I actually couldn't even think of anything. Like I like, again, I was looking at it. I'm like, what the hell? What could have caused this? I didn't see. But then, when with that description, I was like, holy shit, like that's what it looks like. But that was just not something that occurred to me, because I don't have experience with dog bites. I could not agree more here. People are mixing up conspiracy theory and cover up. 100%. I'm hearing sirens in the background right now. And that reminds me, I think I forgot to mention that was another similarity between the two trials that I adore. Every time I hear sirens in this trial, it makes me smile. It's like, just like, I know this sounds crazy, but in my mind, it's like, oh, it's my happy place, because I'm thinking of like my favorite trial, right? You know what I mean? It's like I hear the sirens, and then it's like they're, and they can't hear with each other over the sirens, and just, it just reminds me of Murdaugh trial. So, but another thing. Okay, so here's what DSN is saying: 3 charges, 2nd-degree manslaughter, leaving the scene. Isn't there also some sort of drunk driving charge thing, though? Why did I think there was? So the answer to that question, DSN, is I would need more details as to the specific charges, because there's different types of like manslaughter, and also the leaving the scene. But also the other thing is this, that it depends on the way they structure it in the jury instructions. A good example is this. Okay, let's use Lori Vallow as an example. So when it came to Tammy's death for Lori Vallow's trial, the jury instructions were not the most complicated I've seen, but they were more complicated than some for that trial. And it's going to probably be similar for Chad, I would imagine. So essentially, and I'm just going to use Tammy as an example, right? So with Tammy, it was like, the charges were, I believe there were only 2, but the 2 that we're going to talk about that's relevant here is there was like 1st-degree murder, whatever, homicide, and then there was like a conspiracy to commit homicide. And the way that worked, and this was the way that you learn this, is because of the jury instructions, right? They're walked through how this works. So it's kind of like a Venn diagram, if you will. Like, they can find her, and the way that they word it in these jury instructions is like, it's yes or it literally, it is like a flow chart. It's like they ask the question, it's like, if yes, go to this thing, and if no, go to this thing. When it's not just simple, like with Murdaugh, it was, in other cases too, it's just there isn't any of that either, or it's just simple, right? It just depends on the charges. So like for Lori Vallow, use this as an example, it was like, is she, like, for example, I might have said something like this, do you find Lori Vallow, the defendant, Lori Vallow, guilty as charged as first degree murder? And then it probably would give the code in the Idaho code or whatever, it would give that, and then have the numbers, and then it would be like, if yes, answer the next question, proceed to number 2 or whatever, right? And then number 2 would be like, do you also find her guilty of conspiracy? Because she could get both. They could find her guilty of both 1st-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. But the other way is by going through it, they could say no to the first question about 1st-degree murder, and then they could be then directed to the next question and say yes to the conspiracy. So they could have found her guilty of the conspiracy to commit murder, but not actually guilty of 1st-degree murder. And so that was actually a big deal when they read the verdict, because the people that were kind of speculating said that the only thing they were worried about was that she may not get, as far as Tammy goes, they weren't sure if she would be found guilty for 1st-degree murder for Tammy, because she wasn't there. She was in, where was she? I can't even remember, Hawaii, or no, she was in Missouri. She was gone. She was out. She wasn't there. So, so that was the one charge where it was like people thought, well, I wonder if she'll get, just get conspiracy only. So to hopefully that kind of makes sense. Let me just see what you guys are saying here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that. Don't worry. Yeah, that was I didn't really think, I kind of forgot about the dog until it came up again in direct examination because that's what Lally does. So yeah, so does that make sense, DSN? Like you might be, I wonder if you're researching it right now, but basically, so it just depends on how it's set up. And so, okay, you're finding, okay, thank you. Yes, let's see. Yeah, I haven't even watched it. I don't even know who Guest Jeff is. I don't actually even, I don't know that I've met him. I don't remember. I don't feel like I know a Jeff. Oh, some of these comments. Oh, that's so funny. They came in delayed. That's funny. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I hate to say that. Yeah. It sounds like they didn't because she was real cagey on that. She was like, well, I think I tried to turn them over or whatever. I don't know. The way, I hate to say it, but the way the questions were asked and answered on direct, I hate it. If they hurt that dog, I'm not going to finish that sentence. Okay. Yeah, and that I agree. It's a family. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with that for sure. Let's see. So Kit Spitz is saying, I feel like the leaving the scene charge could only hold up if she had something to do with his death. Right. I mean, that would make sense. And that charge is going to be different depending on the state too. Yeah. So this Jeff, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know which Jeff that is, but that's just such a shame. Okay, yeah. So did I already read this one? Second degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the. Okay, that's where the alcohol comes in. Okay, this to me, here's how I read this. Well, this could be either way. I mean, okay. The part that is interesting to me about this is where the alcohol comes in, because in other words, if you were to think it's either or, like they're either charging her with like in other words, they're giving the jury an option. You can't pick both, like second degree murder or manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol. It's interesting because if they go with the first option, it's like saying that alcohol wasn't involved, which is like almost saying like there's two different theories of the case, which is really interesting, right? Because it's like, what's interesting is it's like the alcohol part is now being conflated, if you will, with the homicide. But that just might be how the statutes, like how the code isn't, like that might just be in Massachusetts. Maybe that's the code. Like that's how they can charge it, because I feel like that would be separated out. Other places in North Carolina, definitely they would have parsed that out, I think. Like, in other words, if you want to get her for drunk driving, I guess it's not drunk driving. If you want to involve the alcohol, let's just say that, but you still think she committed second-degree murder, you can charge her for both of those things. So that's why it's weird that there's second-degree murder and then manslaughter while, so I just don't know why. It's interesting. And then leaving the scene of personal injury and death. Well, but didn't everyone there leave the scene? Like Jen McCabe and whatever other, I can't remember the other friend that was with them when they were driving around. We haven't heard about that in a while, but you know what I mean? The people that were driving around with her, because I think there was another girl. I mean, are they also being charged with leaving the scene? I mean, because they literally did the exact same thing. Oh yeah, definitely, Kitsman. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the testimony that's elicited on direct is they had a great relationship. The worst Karen ever did was spoil the kids. God forbid she bought the girl a sweater or let them have Pop-Tarts for breakfast or whatever it is, that they were so affectionate at the bar that night. This came out on direct, like that, that the husband said to the lawyer and the pharmacist couple, he was like, that his wife said to him, like, I wish you were that affectionate with me or whatever, right? Like they were lovey-dovey. I mean, that Karen didn't seem drunk. I mean, they were planning on going on a vacation together soon. I mean, there's just, one thing I will say is that I will say this much. For the second-degree murder charge, one thing that needs to be proved is malice aforethought, which we talked about that with Murdaugh, because Judge Newman explains that very much. He went into it in detail for the jury instructions. So in that, again, that the malice element varies depending on the charge and depending by the state. But here for Massachusetts second-degree murder, what this means is that it has to have malice aforethought. And actually, Peter Tragos was, I think it was him. He was explaining it the other day for something like how, like it's different than premeditation, like planned, like intent, you know what I mean? Like that type of thing. But what it does mean is there had to be some sort of event, or there, in other words, there does have to be some sort of motive in a way. Like in other words, in my mind, you could be thinking like, well, they don't have to prove that they had a fight or that there was a falling out, or you know what I mean? Like, because motive isn't necessary, right? Always. But with this particular charge, I don't know if you could call it motive, but essentially there does have to be a precipitating event, because in other words, what this charge says, the second degree murder charge says that something, like, in other words, it was an out of the blue, spur of the moment, heat of the moment, that type of thing, right? So because that charge is different than first degree, where there's premeditation. So by its very nature, there has to be an element of, like, let's just say somebody finds out somebody was cheating on them and they fly off the handle. I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to think of an example. It has to be a type of thing where it's like, you chose to do it, but it wasn't planned, but there was something that set it off in the moment, heat of the moment, right? That's what you have to have for second degree murder as per this state. And that's going to be in the jury instructions. What that means is that the prosecution, Mr. Lollygaggle, is going to have to find a way to show that there was some sort of precipitating event. Yeah, a crime of passion. Exactly, Kit Smits. And what's so crazy is everything that's being elicited shows the complete opposite. I mean, honestly, and I'm not joking, I'm being serious. Like, when you look at the actual requirements per the state, with the fact that there's no evidence at all, they would have been maybe better off in going with first degree murder, because in that case, there doesn't have to be proof that there was because the problem here is everybody was around them right beforehand, right? They were all together at the bar. They're on video camera. So in other words, there's only, well, we don't know what time they think he died because they're not telling us, right? But there's a small window, in other words, right? We know he was dropped off at the house and it's like a 5-minute drive. So it's something like a 5-minute window where they weren't observed. And that's why it's so different, is because everyone observed them being great and having fun and being lovey-dovey. So in a way, they could have been better off with like a first degree murder, where it's like she'd been planning this ahead of time. That way, when everyone observes them as being normal, it makes no difference, if that makes any type of sense. I mean, I'm just saying hypothetically, because of the fact that there's no evidence here. Like, there's no evidence to support the charge. So you may as well, like, you would have actually been better in this case, potentially, with, even though it's more serious and more offensive, that you would charge it, right? But just in the sense that, like, it wouldn't be contradictory to the fact that people saw them right beforehand and everything was great if you went with like first degree. So, I mean, and the thing about putting them in the car, I'm trying to remember. I think that was not, like, she didn't usually put them in the car. Like, she did the donuts every year, but this year she decides to put them in the car. But like, you're going to leave them out in the cold. And how do you know the car's unlocked? And then the way she talks about, well, we're going to go through all of it. You guys, that's why I had to do this. There is so much here. I'm picking up on things. And honestly, I will say, here's what I think. I think that, right, that, yeah, you already said it. I'm sorry, I didn't see this comment. Yeah, do you leave them in a cold car? Exactly, right? Yeah, she wasn't overserved. She was not overserved. You know what? Actually, I don't want to forget to mention this, even though I'm interrupting my own thought process in a way here. But I didn't want to forget to mention this too, because it came up a while ago and I kind of forgot about it. But it's important. Do you guys remember it was the same disaster guy who did the Solo Cups testimony, that dude, which feels like a long time ago? Do you guys remember how when they were grilling him, Yannetti was grilling him about how they didn't question people or go inside the house, and they didn't, there essentially there was no investigation, he didn't get a warrant. He was going through all that. It was during that line of questioning, and he's like saying, why didn't you I can't remember if he was saying, why didn't you talk to the neighbors? Or he was asking why he didn't talk to somebody, right? And the way that this detective dude, whatever his name was, the dude who shouldn't have a job anymore, in my opinion, at least not that job. And he said he fucked up. He said something about, well, we were only looking into what happened. He said the incident from the night before, but then after he said, and he got those words out, he said incident the night before. And then after that, he tried to walk it back and he said, what did he say? He changed it to something else. I don't even remember what he tried to change it to something more innocuous. Do you guys remember specifically? But he said incident. We don't know what that is yet. I don't even know that involved Mr. O'Keefe. It wasn't, the way it was said, it wasn't like an incident that even necessarily would have involved Karen and John. Because the thing is this, like, we saw what everyone was doing the night before at the waterfall, right? I assume that's what he means when he says the night before. I mean, he was found in the morning, right? So I assume that's what he means. Again, everything's so vague, but we saw what everybody was doing up until they went to the Albert house. So what incident? And then I don't think they crossed him about that. Now that it could have been that there was a motion in limine, that's, again, there's stuff that doesn't come in. Maybe there was some sort of incident, but it can't come in. I don't know. Gallagher. Yeah, that dude. Oh my God. Another thing. I have so much to say about this stuff, man. I don't buy that. Sorry. There were so many things where I'm like, bullshit. The number of things where I was like, that's not bullshit. That seems legitimate. Were so few, man, for some of these witnesses. Not all. I mean, when it came to Brian, and when it came to the two wifeys, and the Alberts, the two Albert couples, really, the last four witnesses we've heard from. I mean, it's just, they're all hiding stuff, lots of stuff. And they're contradicting each other in major ways about stuff that's really important. It's like they're only doing it because they are lying, so they're getting it wrong. And so they're fucking up. I don't know. It's a lot. So yeah. I forget what else what was I going to say? So yeah, the Jen's calls, man, I'm telling you. And of course we learned from, I think it was when, Nicole, I think it was her. And she's like related to Jen McCabe. I think that was the first time we had heard that, or it was the first time I remembered hearing that, because Julie says that, okay, when they asked Julie how she knows Jen, she's like, she's one of my best friends. And then when they ask Nicole, I think she says Jen McCabe is her sister. And when I heard that, I was like, because in my mind, the way that I had always was trying to understand this nonsense, in my mind, Jen McCabe was like a friend of Karen's, and maybe she was a friend of Karen's, but like, or maybe she was inserting herself like that. Like, I really don't know. But just the fact that like they were together at the bar and like that, because Jen was always there, really. So that doesn't necessarily mean friends, right? When you think about it, but it's like, she's just always there, right? Like, she's there when he's found, and I don't know. Right, which is so crazy, right? Because like their job is to make sure the jury, if you have a case, you want them to understand it, right? So bizarre. I mean, think about it. There's not even been any exhibits. Like if you were a prosecution with a case that you believed in, the way you would at least start with like something where you can help people. I mean, I guess it could be saved for closing arguments, where you do like a family tree, but I don't think there's any point in putting any effort into that at all. If you're this prosecution, we don't know, dude. The shit about him, people are the most cagey about him, I would say, of all of it. Like there's a lot of problems with this Brian Higgins thing. Like when what's his face, Brian Albert Sr., and he's like, they're like, I guess it's on cross, and he's like, they're asking him, he's going through the events in chronological order, and it's like, what was the first thing you did? And they say first thing you did. I guess 911 had already been called. I don't know, but he's like, the first thing he did is he goes, first thing I did is I called Brian Higgins. He's like, well, why'd you call Brian Higgins? He goes, well, I just thought he ought to know. What? Why? And the why is never asked. Again, there could be a motion in limine. I don't know. But, or maybe they just haven't gotten there yet because he's still on cross. Wait, they haven't gotten a cross on him. That's why. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to, sometimes it's hard to remember because you've got the two brothers and I'm trying to, right. So that could be that's why. So it's on direct. He hasn't been through cross yet. Yeah. So, okay, just getting it straight in my head. He hasn't been through cross yet. So so then that's why we don't know. Because Lally doesn't ever ask the normal next question. The next logical question that would follow the previous question, Lollygaggle does not ever ask it. So that's why. That explains it. Because the jury was also going to hear that sentence where it's like, oh, well, the first thing I did, he goes, the first thing I did is I called Brian Higgins. And then it's like, because I thought he ought to know. The jury is in their heads, they're going, why did you think he needed to know? That's what they're saying. And that's what I said. But does Lollygaggle ask that? Nope. Brian Higgins is the ATF guy who is balls deep in this entire fucking thing. And it makes no sense. And the other thing is that is so fucking funny. Dude, the way that they talk about their relationships with each other is hilarious because you will notice that there's certain people that they really want to try to make it seem like they're best friends with when they're not. And then vice versa. It's fucking hilarious. And like the way that like Brian Albert tries to distance himself from Brian Higgins is just freaking hilarious. And then you see them interacting like they're the two that like fucking kiss each other or whatever at the fucking waterfall bar thing. Like they're like kiss, like anyway. And then the other thing is that Brian Higgins apparently beat them to the house, if I recall. Again, we're gonna watch all of it, but I think he beat it, but they say he'd never been there before. I'll tell you what, dude, it's gonna blow up. Like with Jen between them two, like I still think Jen McCabe is maybe the biggest linchpin because she's literally was involved in all of it, especially because she was with Karen and all that, and like that weird interaction that she had, as witnessed by that nice lady, the pharmacist, where she was like luring them. I don't know, man. But I think that after like the most like it's like her and Brian Higgins are like it's just really sketchy. Yeah, I thought he ought to know. Why? Because didn't they say okay, I'm trying to keep it straight. I'm pretty sure that somebody or all of them, one or more Albert, let me put it this way. One or more Albert said, I'm pretty sure that Higgins and O'Keefe did not know each other. They might have heard of each other, maybe. Am I remembering correctly, guys? They might have like heard of each other, but like they didn't know each other. If I remember correctly. Which is why it's then doesn't. How the fuck on direct examination are you eliciting testimony that directly contradicts the previous testimony you just elicited. I just don't have words. Like, you elicit on direct examination. This is just me venting about Lally again. You elicit on direct examination, like, that, you know, O'Keefe and Higgins don't really know each other, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's what they said. They said, like, yeah, they didn't have a friendship or whatever. They didn't know each other, which is, I remember that stood out to me because I'm like, those are the only two people in this entire fucking story that didn't know each other. Everyone else knows everybody. And like, this would be the exception. This would be the exception here, right? If it's true, but regardless if it's true or not, from what I noticed, is really more about it's about the contradiction, right? So on direct, he elicits that, yeah, that they didn't know each other. But then however many couple questions later, you know, what did you do first? I called Brian Higgins because I thought he ought to know. What? You see what I mean? Like, how? Because that doesn't make any sense if okay, like, let's say that this was Brian O'Keefe's, oh my God, John O'Keefe's best friend. Everyone's named Brian in this trial. John O'Keefe's best friend. Let's say that that's what the case was. Let's say, or brother or somebody, right? Well, then it makes sense that they ought to know because it's a loved one. But if it's someone they didn't know, and then you call them first before anyone else, and you say they ought to know, it just so much. Okay, thank you. So reading more in the PCA, and it will be interesting when and if digital evidence comes in. Yeah, right. Good question. If it claims to have voicemails and texts from that night, but one in particular where she screams that she hates him. Okay. She being Karen Reed, I guess, right? That's interesting. I want to see what comes in, you know? At this point, I'm so skeptical because they're not submitting any evidence. There's no evidence. There's no evidence and there's no theory from the prosecution. I mean, which clearly means that there's a reason for that, right? Their evidence is fucked up, like, as we've seen, right? It's just, there's no way you can admit that. Or whatever it is, it's just, they know it's just going to get torn apart on cross. It's going to get obliterated, right? Like, if you've got solid evidence, if you've got even half solid evidence, right? Usually we see that get shown to the jury. It's just weird when there's nothing. That's a good point about the children here, Super Planner Girl. Yeah, that children are, I agree. Yeah, more credible, but that's very accurate. Yeah, well said. How old do you guys remember how old the kids were at the time? They were pretty young, right? Because I mean, that would matter. Like, if their age would make a difference too on how they would perceive things. Well, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. You know, we're even if we give them the benefit of the doubt, not that Lally fucking deserves it, but if we give them the benefit of the doubt that they've got something, even if we do that, here's the thing, guys, it still doesn't make any sense, because here's why. You lead with your strongest evidence when you're the prosecution. You lead with your strongest evidence. Why? Everyone knows trial strategy. You want to get the jury on your side from the beginning as soon as possible. You want to get them on your side from opening statements. But if you've got a strong opening statement, not that happened here for Lally, obviously, but if you've got a strong opening statement and then you lead with your best evidence, and because the prosecution goes first, then this is what happens in maybe not most trials, in a lot of trials, right? Generally, right? Where you've got somewhat competent or highly competent, or, you know, the prosecution is doing a good enough job. Like, you've got an opening statement and then you've got some strong evidence right there in the beginning, you know, and it's like, the jurors, you know, like, yes, we all know they have to keep an open mind and listen to all the evidence, but, you know, as we all know, the studies show that they tend to make up their minds pretty quickly, and that usually they don't change their minds. And that's why there's experts that do all that. And it's like, if they side with you from the beginning, that's what, I mean, that's the best you can hope for, right? Regardless if you're prosecution or if you're defense, whatever side you are, whichever attorney, your goal is to get the jurors to side with you ASAP from the beginning. And so since the prosecution goes first, that's what they say. They lead with your strongest evidence, right? Because then if the jury's already on your side, everything that they see after that, they're just going to already like view it as supporting that theory of the case. And this theory of the case is stated in opening statement. So that's how that works. You can state your theory of the case and you say, well, not that this happened here, but in other cases, right? You're like, here's the theory of the case. The evidence will show fill in the blank, right? The evidence will show this, and then what do? Then you present the evidence that shows it. Well, by doing that, what have you done? You've just confirmed your theory of the case, just logically saying, if you say, here's the theory, here's what the evidence will show, and then bam, you start right out the gate with evidence that shows the thing. You've just shown the jury that you are following through on your promises, that you're delivering on your promises. They're going to be on your side. So if you've got good evidence, like especially when you have like nothing else, right? I mean, it's just, I mean, fuck. Yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah, 10 and 14. That sounds right. So, I mean, and I'm not, yeah. The way you've said that is exactly right. Because I've heard that too, and it is supposedly. But to that end, what I will say, and this is the DA's office, I have questions for the DA's office. I have questions for whoever signed off on this, because that is not, pardon me, I'm gonna be like at EDB. She always like knocks on things. She's like, excuse me. She always does that. Excuse me. Like, pardon me. That is not enough. Sorry. That's not enough. A broken taillight, even if it was, okay, however it broke, a broken taillight, a glass, some glass, a hair, is not enough. That does not prove murder. Sorry. And the other thing too that really pissed me off, I heard a snippet. I was actually just like, I was watching YouTube and like an autoplay like court TV thing came on where it was like them just talking about this trial or whatever. So I just heard it in the background, but like it played a snippet of Lally's opening statements. I don't know why. It's like we heard it. It was bad enough. It was painful enough the first time, but they played a little snippet. Well, the snippet they played, some of this I didn't even realize at the time because I knew nothing about the case, right? Man, I tell you what, if I went back and listened, maybe I should do that. I need to go back. I could pick, dude. I didn't realize that they didn't, like, okay, his opening statement was terrible, but what I assumed was that they had evidence and that it wouldn't really, like, you want to have a good opening statement, but I assumed that there was going to be evidence. I had no one could have predicted this case. Like, so now knowing what I know from watching the trial, I kind of want to go back to his opening statement and just obliterate it because it deserves to be done. Like, but anyway, but one of the things I was going to say that they showed in this clip was like, they were talking about, it was Lally's opening stupid statement. And he's like saying, oh, he had this glass in his hand. And then he refers to something about the glass on the bumper. And the way he describes it, dude, I don't know how the defense didn't object to this. My guess is that they have a plan because they know they're going to just call him on the bullshit. That would be my guess because of course it is. Like, it's all bullshit. But like, he's like, then they found some glass on the bumper and it appeared to be, he says like, God, it's so fucking shady. He's like, it appeared to be the exact same type of glass that was in the car. Like, dude, it was like, I don't even have words, man. I don't even have words. Like, there is no way that you can take a little piece of glass, if it's like bits of glass, shards of glass, whatever, and be like, I can determine this came from this shaped glass, that and it's the identical glass as this other glass, which we've seen the freaking security footage. You can barely see God fuck all because of like the flag and everything. Like they're going off of that footage that we've seen with the glass in his hand, where you can't see, like if you can barely make out he's holding a glass, that's all you got, right? And then they're saying it's this forensically, mind you, even though that first glass isn't found. That first glass isn't found. We don't have that glass. You guys, this is so insane. But forensically, he's stating this as if it's a fact, but it's not. That forensically, it was the same glass as that other glass. There's just, dude, I don't know how they didn't object, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's like flat earthers to me. I just don't understand. 100%. Yeah, I'd be doubting if the hair was legit for sure. Yep. Yeah. Kitsmith is saying that I don't recall what Lally said in opening. Yeah, I mean it was just nonsense word salad. But I remember how you worded things salad like. The way he talks, he sounded unsure of his own art. Absolutely. Yeah. And that immediately made me sigh. Yeah. And it was very in terms of like strategic, like the way normal people, like it was very disjointed. But boy, there's stuff in there that I didn't know at the time was just really misleading and factually inaccurate. But I can tell that, like I know now because I know more. Luckily, it was so not compelling that I mean, it's interesting. Like in the Chad Daybell trial, right? Like the prosecution opening statements were really awful. But having said that, they came right out. I mean, they have rock solid evidence start to finish. So, ideally, you want both, but you can't have here. If you can't have a trial without evidence. That's why we're all confused. You can't have a trial without evidence. So how is this happening? That's why we're all confused. It's really crazy. So yeah, so there you've got the D&E, C.F. McCarthy's. And so this view here is the direction that they would have been walking towards the waterfall from D&E's or McCarthy's. And it would be on their right-hand side, because like we've heard, it's on the opposite side of the street, but yeah. Yeah. Wait, what are you referring to here, DSN? Can you give an example? I'm not sure what you're referring to, but it sounds funny. So here you guys can see the don't go chasing waterfalls, as I'm calling it now. And then here's this crazy intersection. I have so many questions about so much stuff. I mean, there's a whole other segue too of like the whole thing with the glass, like her bringing a glass in from another bar. Okay, well, hold on. Let me table that until we get to that, because I can go on. That's a whole topic, but we're going to pull up some of this testimony. So let me get my file here. Okay. I know there was just so much to start talking about. Like, I feel like if we'd started watching any of it, I would have just been pausing it the entire time anyway, because there was just so much to get out of the way. I feel like, it's just, again, it was like, this just had to happen. It's because so much has happened in this trial. So we find, here we go. Okay. But let's start some of this and we'll see how we do. So, oh, nice. I love it. I wonder if are there people that are there that can appreciate that? I hope so. Although I don't know. Who's this Jeff? Did you ever clarify who that Jeff dude is? I just know that like Joel, I guess, is like there but not giving commentary, right? Y'all are funny. All right, let me see if I can get this pulled up here. Okay.
What the hell?
I forgot I did that. wait. I'm gonna do it again. I forgot I did that. See, it's like I do it as a surprise so that it'll surprise myself as well, right?
What the hell?
You know what, guys? We could start a ticker, even though this isn't the beginning of the trial. I just couldn't handle it not covering it anymore of this, but like we could go ahead and start a ticker.
Good afternoon again, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
That night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
Put in the
No.
chat what you guys want me to put on the ticker.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
As far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the waterfall?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with the clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
Now, as far as the sort of general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, how would you describe that?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
Prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know that?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
Now, towards the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, 8, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that.
All right, let me show you guys what I got so far. This is what, as I was typing this, any numbers that are there are from while I was making it. So I have to just say that I had to stop. I had to really think about it because you guys, when I covered That Be Heard, I did all the sidebars and we had a ticker for what, if anything, and we did all the jokes for what, if anything. And I had to read what, if anything, in all the side with all the court like, I didn't think I would be here. Like I typed it as I'm literally I was typing it in and I'm like, oh my God, I'm having deja vu. It's like, I feel like I've been here before because I have to that end, it's worse than Elaine. I just can't even, we never could have imagined a worse what if any monster could exist. It's mind boggling. It's mind boggling. So I can't even believe I'm here again counting this, but this is what's happening. So, sidebar. Yeah, that's a good one. In referee were that's such a lolly question, isn't it? Oh God, why? Well, thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to articulate. That's what I would thank you. You said it better. That's what I was trying to articulate. Yeah. Never thought we'd see that day. Boy, it's like, yeah. We're I mean, my God, there's not even it's wow. It's really shocking that the way the standard can change. Hi, Rose. I'm happy to see you. Glad you're here. Yeah, I know. I loved this guy and his wife too. They were like the couple that were honest and, you know, seemed to be not quite as intertwined with all the other stuff like Albertness. Yeah, they were. That's right. Yeah, they were a breath of fresh air for sure. Yeah, for sure.
People were discussing about going, potentially going.
And what were those couple places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&E's, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what is it and where is it in relation to the walk?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone
Oh,
that you
man.
observed
Oh,
in the
man.
group that night?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, is one of the owners, if not the owner of D&E.
And as far as going,
You know what, guys? I'm already noticing as I'm trying to update it. It's worse when you try to count it. Like, I don't even know that it's possible because now that I just did it, like, I've only been playing it for just not that long. Yeah. He says it so much. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to keep up. I'll try. I mean, but boy, it's worse when you're actually counting it because I think that what happens too is like, and it would make sense that like we're tuning out part of it. But like if you really go to count it, it's like even worse.
to that place afterward, who, if anyone among the group, had sort of mentioned that? Or was
None of the witnesses.
This
is the thing. None of the witnesses, in my opinion, none of the witnesses so far have helped the state. None of them. None of them have even been neutral. Every witness so far, every single witness so far, in my opinion, has helped the defense.
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So.
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others
Awesome.
that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other place?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
Yeah.
We did not.
And at some point,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's honestly, it's so funny. It's actually with even just the few things I have on here, it's going to be way more keeping up with than even with Murdaugh. Like with all the and let me show you guys. I did, just so y'all know, this is how sentimental I am about stuff. I just want you guys to know something. I have not deleted it. I have it right here. This is where we left off. Oh my gosh, it makes me miss it. Oh my God. But here's what I was going to say. There's so many categories on here. But yet I'm already realizing that with just the few categories that we have for this one so far, it's going to be a constant thing. Like, again, kind of like with Elaine, it's like, I would never have thought that you could hear other things more than, for example, like with Murdaugh, like boat crash or boat case, right? But like, no, there's no comparison. Like, it was at least you could have time in between. It's so crazy. It's all relative, right? I mean, that's really what it is. Like, boy, this trial.
You left, you recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little...
Guys, I really appreciate that. They stayed to help the servers clean up and then talk to the band, told them how well they played. That speaks volumes about because you know how easy it is for people to just really kind of overlook people that are like wait staff or bartenders, and then even a band. I mean, as a musician, I can speak to that. Sometimes, you know, people really appreciate it, but other times no one's even really listening. Same thing if you're waiting tables or if you're bartending. I don't know. It says a lot about a person, how they treat people in that situation, you know?
A bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Wally, get on with it.
When you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what
I
was
know.
going on?
I know, right? The lucky ones, the ones that got away, as it were. I know. I wish there was something to auto do it. I wish there was. I know. I need, or I like hire like an assistant. When I say that in my mind, I'm picturing like a little elf or something. I don't know why I pictured that in my mind. I don't have an elf I can use. I missed what was oh yeah, nice. Rose, I think everyone here is hardcore, like not guilty. I mean, yeah, it's like I'm keeping an open mind in the sense that could they have something they're saving? Yes. Here's the problem though, is like we were saying before, logically, there's no reason to there's no reason to lose the jury's attention for 2 weeks of trial or have them just completely, you've already shown the complete disaster investigation. Like, in other words, if you're the jury, you're like, probably why are we here? And also like this investigation was a disaster. Like, and they're also having to listen to Lally all the time. They're you know, so if you have evidence, like, they should be presenting evidence the whole time. That's how trials go. But if they have something, like waiting till the end of their case in chief makes no sense, right? Again, like we were saying, you always want to start with that. So logically, so that's the thing. Like, I always have an open mind, but I'm a very logical person, and like logically thinking through it. If they had something really good, there's no reason that I can think of that we wouldn't have heard it already. We should be hearing evidence the whole time. Let's keep that in mind. But in terms of like giving them the benefit of the doubt by saying, well, maybe they have something that's really good, so they're saving it. And they're saving it because it's really good. That makes sense, because in terms of having compassion or something like towards them, or like, it has to be that way, because if they don't, then none of this makes any sense, right? It's an explanation. But logically thinking about from trial strategy, there's no reason to save it. So when you go through it that way, it's like, well, you know, oh yeah, get on with it. Yeah. Oh, that's for sure. Yeah. They couldn't even be bothered to come out. Yeah, I mean, so like that's why I wanted to explain what I meant by that, because like what I meant is that I'm going with, is the prosecution proving the case or not? well, I would love to know what really happened. I don't know that we're going to learn that from this. Who knows if we're going to learn that or not. But in terms of, is the prosecution proving their case? Not yet. Nope, certainly not. And is it possible they could bring in some evidence like they should have been doing all along at some point? It's possible. Is there a reason they would wait to do that? Nope. So that's why, like hopefully that makes sense when I'm explaining how okay, how to say this? Like in the right side of my brain. Wait, which one is the one that's supposed to be logical? How do I not know this? I always get them confused. Like the side of my brain that's like what, like part of, like I'm half and half. I'm like, half of me is like, because I always operate under this idea of benefit of the doubt, right? Like that's how I operate. So like I've got that still, that's always going to be present, but I'm also very logical. So that's like the other half where it's like, there's no logical reason for them to not be presenting evidence. There's just not. That's what a trial is. It's you present evidence. Like, so that's hopefully that makes sense the way I'm explaining that. Absolutely. That's accurate. That's accurate. That's accurate, which is bizarre. It's just so bizarre. It's like the Twilight Zone. I mean, DSN, I don't see it. I don't. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's absolutely no fucking way. Again, with the caveat of unless there's some big bombshell that the prosecution is holding off on. But again, remember with the logical thinking of that doesn't actually make any fucking sense. So when you consider that, that's why, again, that backs up what I'm saying of like, we should have seen something by now, you guys, I feel like. And not only that, but just the fact that the investigation was so fucked. I mean, even if you have a confession, I feel like okay, let me say, like, even if it was somebody else, even if the person clearly did something, let's just say, when you've got red Solo cups and paper bags and no measurements were done and no statement, like when you just look at even from the investigative standpoint of how everything is, to say it wasn't, there's not even words to describe it. It's not, to me, it's like, what jury can convict anybody of anything with that? Because they are taught how to, like, they know that that's not credible. Like, you know what I mean? So they know they have to find not guilty. So oh my God, I know the Trooper B thing was nuts. Yeah. I trust the jury. I trust the jury. I trust the jury. I trust the jury, and the jury is the jury. That's the thing. I can say again, having knowing nothing about the case and coming in blind until opening statements, that I feel actually even more confident because, I mean, while I'm not a juror, obviously, people, and I know I'm not the only one. I know there's several of you that also were like this, where you came in without any background information. We are seeing what the jury is seeing, right? So the jury, I mean, part of the notion that people might worry that she is going to be found guilty or whatever might just be because we're aware that there's all this contention about it, right? It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, but the jurors are not aware of all the contention about it. Right. And they're coming in, like, anyone who's just listening, like, I'm just saying, anyone who's just watching this play out and just off of what's being presented in trial and paying attention to what's in trial and going off of what's in trial. I mean, they're not going to put insane or unreasonable or, jurors are reasonable people. I think that just, that's enough said. Like, reasonable people, this is going to be read. Like, I can't fathom it being anything of like, I mean, it's just it's just, in my mind, it's just so clear, like it's just so obvious. Like we still don't even know we still don't know anything,
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground, or barely a dusting on the ground.
Interesting.
So at that point, could you?
Hey, super planner girl, really? Because I thought it was listed as what we've already. What? Really? I'm sorry. I'm trying to wrap my head around that because I thought we already knew. She said it. What he or she said it was blunt force trauma and hypothermia. Yeah, she's super planner girl's reading the probable cause affidavit. So, and again, because we were wondering, again, it's just why are we here? Like, do they have anything? And really, yeah, I mean, I do want to see how it unfolds at trial, but at the same time, just from the standpoint of like criminal justice, like. This is they need to have a reason to charge her with this, right? There should be something. Like this is if there's really not anything, if they really don't have anything, this is so fucked, right? Like we need something.
Go sort of see like the blacktop on the pavement.
Yes.
When you got to your car, what if anything did you have to do to sort of
What
get
if
your car ready to go? If you're not the car
That's
or
how you
anything
still
like that?
say it with
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
here.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
You mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table.
Well, I'm
where
not doing sort of
the
because
women
I'll
were at, is that correct?
break my
Yes,
fingers
that's
off.
correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing with?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
Wait a second. If the manner is not homicide, we have a problem. If the manner is not homicide, we have a problem. They cannot charge her with homicide if the manner is not homicide. So that's important.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Right. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolokithas.
I know.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolokithas, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event at
It,
Pete's house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm coming up with a good game plan. Here's what we're going to do with each witness. We're going to ask ourselves, because this is the prosecution's case in chief. Because this is the prosecution's case in chief, with each witness, we're going to ask ourselves, and we're going to talk about it in between them. How did this help the prosecution? Why did they call them? That's what we're going to ask. We're going to discuss it after each witness. So keep that in mind. I know we already listened to the direct on this, but you guys, I think we listened to it. So yeah.
That nature for the children.
Yes.
You recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes.
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
Yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. Kolokithas, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Miss Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children.
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
A handful of times, maybe,
Okay, 5 or 6?
if that,
Over the course of how long?
since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned, toward 2022, when you socialized with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal and loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seemed like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Did you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any toxicity in the relationship, or any overt indicators that they weren't getting along?
Not to my knowledge, not at all.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Anybody else in the foursome, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, other than my wife. I mean, foursome.
Good catch. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can restate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier,
Yes, I did.
and you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to
Yeah, that's an interesting. Kitsman's is saying, we're watching this now. I've noticed a marked change in Nicholas's chemistry with the defense attorney. Like it's good the attorney clarified first that they never met, because I feel like he warmed up to him fast. And they've been doing that with every witness, but still, I totally get what you're saying. And it's a good point. And I will note this, that we're going to see some things on with his wife up next too. I don't know. It's interesting. Again, they're the only non-Albert couple, right? They're the ones that are not involved with everything. They're the one couple that's like not all entangled in all this bullshit, right? And it's interesting because I really kind of get the impression from them that I'm not saying that they're picking sides, but it just even subconsciously we see it with his wife, that, and I'll point it out when we get there, but that she's not connecting Karen with having done this crime as she's been charged. So if, with that being the case, like, it would make sense that like perhaps, well, also Lally, Jesus, like, I don't know. How can you feel comfortable with his line of questioning and his style of questioning, right? So, but yeah, I think also like this is just this attorney is really personable, right? Like he's, again, this is the same attorney that worked in the DA's office under EDB out in LA. Right. That's exactly. That's what I was. Yep. Jinx. Yeah. To Jackson and Yannetti both. They're very good at just exactly. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Yes. Thank you, Rose. So this is what I'm saying. So, but this is why we're asking the question, because they're supposed to call witnesses that help them. So attorneys can make mistakes many different ways during a trial, right? Who they call as a witness and in what order, that's all trial strategy. There's a lot of strategy there. And you don't have to, the point is to call witnesses that will testify, because the testimony is evidence, right? And that will prove your theory of the case. And you're not, it's not, there's no strategy or benefit involved in calling extra than you need, right? That's just not a thing. That would be counterproductive. So in other words, I think that, in my opinion, I love these guys. I'm glad they were called. I think that it's a reflection on Lally's ineptitude, in my personal opinion. I don't know, and I don't know why he doesn't have any help. Like the ceiling fan, right? Seems available. Bring them in as a second chair and let them take some witnesses. For real.
The late night hours of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, if I could. Specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I
What
did.
a great dad he was.
Yep.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
At any point, did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning.
So I understand what you're saying, Kit. Says here's the only thing though. It's actually advantageous whenever you've got witnesses that you can that either side might call, or both sides might call, because sometimes that can happen. Or there's like, part of the strategy is like, lawyers will do this where it's like, are you going to call him? No, I'm going to call him, or blah, blah, right? It's actually advantageous. Even if it's civil, even in a civil trial, right? It's advantageous it's advantageous where if you want a witness, okay, how to say this? It's advantageous to it's better for the other side to call the witness. Let me start that way. So it's better for your side, because here's why. If the other side calls the witness, then you get to be on cross and you can lead on cross and you can't lead on direct. And also there's more leeway. Like you have more leeway. You can go into more stuff. Now maybe an exception to that is if it was a situation where it required extensive witness prep, in which case then you would need to be calling them on direct. But with witnesses like this, where there is no witness prep, right? They're just testifying to what they saw. The strategy would be to try to, I don't know, not trick, but you would want the other side to call the witness and then you could be on cross so you can lead. That would be the strategy. Yeah, I mean, I've been calling them lollygaggle, like lollygag, but I call them lollygaggle, and then that's turned into a verb as well. That's exactly right, DSN. Yes. Yes. In fact, has there been any negatives, period, from anybody? I mean, I don't count the little bit about spoiling the niece and getting her nails done. I don't really count that as a negative. And it really sounds like that's just because people were really trying to rack their brains of anything that they could even construe under, because they're being questioned about it, something they could even construe as a negative, right? Like, these kids lost their parent. Like, I don't know. It's just, wasn't it DSN? I know there's been a lot of, okay. I recall that it came out that one of them backtracked that, like that they got impeached. Like, I remember thinking by the time they got to the end of the EMTs, it was only the girl was really the only one that actually heard it. Like the other dude that had said that, he heard it from somebody else. Right. That's what it was. Not all. It was all the levels of hearsay. He heard it from somebody else that heard it from somebody else or something. I'm pretty sure is what that came out to be. And it was only that one girl. And remember, she said she heard Karen say it to, guess what? Our good old Jen McCabe. And of course, she also didn't take any notes contemporaneously or make any kind of report. So, Are you talking about not all though, DSN? I know. I remember thinking that there was at least one. I don't remember which one was which in terms of who was in the ambulance and who wasn't, but I know there was some of them got impeached, and then there was like another one that like said they heard it, but then it was like they heard it from some, like it was all these levels of hearsay. So I remember in my mind, for whatever reason, I was like the only one that seemed like it could have been credible was the girl. But yeah, it's a type of thing where it's going to be worth, if after this trial is over, I'm going to watch it again, like, because going in fresh is awesome, and one of the reasons is because you go in fresh, right? Like you're learning it all as the jury is. But there is a benefit in terms of, and this is why I watch trials more than once, right? Because you don't know what's important. Sometimes there's stuff that you like. We how many times did this happen in Murdaugh, right? Even though we all had watched it multiple times over, it was still like, man, how did we miss that? Or that thing was important and we overlooked it. I mean, I guarantee you, if we watched it again right now, same thing. There's always going to be things. So, it's a type of thing where it's like, there were probably times where I was not paying as much attention to certain things about these EMTs, not knowing that it was going to become really important or whatever, you know what I mean? But that's just normal. So
Vacations in the future.
There was nothing eventful at the bar while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed that comes to mind in terms of any kind of tension or fight that night?
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or a fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
You had something to live up to.
Yes. That's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
Here.
I want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No,
Sparring with one another?
not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay.
Wrestling. There was no
I'd like,
wrestling.
if I could, Mr. Kolokithas, with the court's permission, refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor, so the court,
So if you're going to talk about it, talk at sidebar.
not.
Okay, so
Sidebar.
this is the clip ending
Talk
in
about
5959, because there's several clips in
Okay.
53. We can have that up. With the court's permission, I'd like to display this to the jury at runtime 8:30, 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
all right, so what exhibit is this?
This is 53, and it's clip ending in 5959. May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Kolokithas, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
So, y'all, Brian Higgins is a hefty dude. He's got the hoodie with like a Harley Davidson type logo thingy on it. He's like a hefty dude. Yeah, man. He's a big fella.
Okay, if we could pause. I just wanted to play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I I was there that night.
I guess my question is, do you recognize this as being a surveillance video from the 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to draw your attention.
I agree. Yeah, that was the closest thing. Yeah, they go a little bit too far with that. Yeah, I mean, it could be too, as a tactic so that the jury would pay attention, because like I just noticed it, right? This is what made me think of it, was because I'm like, wow, I guess I really hadn't been paying that much close attention to looking at, like when he's saying, look at this thing, blah, blah, like I'm like, okay, let me do it. They say, right? It's like, well, wow, if you really pay attention, I had not really noticed until now just how large in stature Brian Higgins is, for example. Like that, I just hadn't noticed it. Like, like he's a big dude. And so that could be part of it. Like, I wonder if it's like just to bring attention so that they look for the, like maybe it's not about the action, maybe it's about the size. I don't know. But yeah, I agree. They definitely made way too much out of
To
it.
the individuals that are for the top.
Also possible. But I mean, he was military.
Okay.
So.
If I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top, can you name the folks that we're
Thank you for that. That might be why we haven't heard from the Emmy. What do you guys think? That's probably why. How are they bringing? So there is no manner? Is there just no manner? What? So can we be cause and manner? We need cause and manner. What do we got? Wow. I know you. I always think of that every time I do the control F in the PDFs. So can we just reiterate, just because my brain is buffering on this, like cause and manner, because you said one of them was undetermined, right? Which one was, or were they both undetermined? Wow. But can you remind me what they were listed as though, Super Planner Girl? Like the cause and manner? Because I know you said one of them was undetermined. Right. I mean, like for a murder charge, the cause can be undetermined, but the manner needs to be homicide. So because you can only have the manner, if I recall from all the times I've learned about this stuff, the manner, I believe you can only have 3 options. I believe it's only like homicide, suicide, or natural. I'm pretty sure I don't think you can even have undetermined for manner. Wow. Okay, the PCA doesn't have anything from a medical examiner, or wow. Wow. I mean, it's weird, it's weird. Speaking of all the weird things, I mean, it is weird that we haven't heard from a medical examiner yet, or a coroner, God forbid, or a forensic. Like, it's weird because there were 2 weeks into the trial. Okay, the Emmy is mentioned, but those words are not used. Weird. That's worse. See, I was hopeful. I was thinking, well, maybe if they just didn't even mention the Emmy, maybe it's like in a different document and they just left it out or whatever. But it's worse if they are discussing the Emmy's findings and they're not using those words. That's problematic for me.
seeing and describe what they're wearing for the jurors so we have an understanding of who we're looking at?
Okay. That's me in the white and black. That's Matt to my right. A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood.
I have
And pausing.
Kitsmits, you said you made a joke about Higgins earlier. I don't remember you at that point. I didn't say anything, but at that point in time, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like associated him as Wiggins. Do you guys remember Pocahontas? And this is now it's like becoming a thing in my brain, so I have to just say it. Like, if you guys remember Pocahontas, there's this character called Wiggins, and they talk to him really funny. He's like, oh, what's the bad dude's name? I can't remember the bad. Oh, what is it? Archibald? No, what is it? The dude who wants to be anyway. I can't fucking remember. Anyway, it's his little assistant dude or whatever, and he has like a pet raccoon or something. And yeah, but Wiggins, and then he talks funny. He's like Wiggins. I don't know. He has like this. He's like the scrawny fellow. Anyway, I have this now. I just in my brain, I really want to call Higgins Wiggins because he's like the complete opposite of a fellow. The pet pug. Right. Yes. Yeah. What was his name? Gosh, I can picture him in the outfit and everything. The purple hat with the feather. I just can't remember his name. Oh my God. Rothbart? No, that's from some other movie. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's the same. I would have looked it up if you said, if you didn't beat me to it, I totally would have done it. Radcliffe, of course. Thank you. Radcliffe. I knew, yeah. Radcliffe, that's it. Did you remember it before you saw it? Sometimes that happens, right? You know, you got to look it up and then you remember. Yeah, Radcliffe, that's it. And he had Wiggins. Do you guys remember the songs? Anyway, dig and dig and dig and diggity. And then Wiggins was like, hey, nunny, nunny, hey, nunny, nunny. Anyway, okay, that's a whole other tangent. Let's keep going.
Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Doesn't play it?
Yeah, the T versus the D, you know what? The D was, in my mind, I was like, oh, I probably thought it was Ratcliffe as a kid, like rat, right? But like, then I'm like, no, the D makes way more sense. So I think we were on the same page with that, but it's funny that it was actually a T because he was a real life person, I believe. Ratcliffe. Oh, look at them go. Look at them go.
Was it? Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see
They're
John
just being
O'Keefe
bros or
anywhere
whatever.
in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Play it.
So here's what I will say. It's clear that they are very close friends, right? That they're close, even they're comfortable even being physically, up in each other's business and whatnot.
And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen, do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but I'm saying that was Brian Albert, and I'm calling him Wiggins from now on. So yeah, Wiggins. And what's funny is like we know that they're close friends, right? But the reason I mentioned it is because on his testimony on direct, Brian Albert tries to act like he tries to distance himself. He's so evasive, it's so stupid. He's like trying to act like they're not that good of friends, right? But clearly they are. Right. Right. Well, I think it's hard to say because we haven't gone through everything. I mean, I feel like from what I remember thinking, it was sort of like John O'Keefe admired him because he was like maybe a higher up level. You know what I mean? Like he was a older and higher up level, maybe. Like there's probably people, I don't really know anything about how the structure of this shit. Like I don't have any law enforcement family members, but I would imagine that there's probably a higher up detective or whatever that if you're, just like a regular like road patrol officer, like you might really admire them, but it's not that you're all are friends. You know what I mean? I don't know. But it's hard to say because you know what? Everybody's all shady about who's friends and how much they're friends with. And they all get all weird about it. Like I said this at the beginning of the stream, like they're either everybody except for the Kolokithas, it's like they're all trying to either like exaggerate that they're really good friends with somebody when they're not, or the opposite. Like it's always like just everything that's just coming across as dishonest with everybody, all these Alberts and co.
Us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
We're going to play that for just a second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right on. That's on point right there.
And let's pause. With that, I would ask you who this individual is with the fur coat.
My wife.
Lining on the coat?
It's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way,
Thank you.
away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him?
Why am I blanking on it? Which song is the song that's like touching me, touching you? I'm trying to freaking remember.
Doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up
Were they spying at the buying?
toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
That's all I have for this one, Sean.
All right.
Mr. Kolokithas, just one more question. You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Reed, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, you know, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them.
Park the car so I can spa at the bar.
End quote. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Kolokithas, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
You're free.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Miss Karina Kolokithas to the stand.
Okay.
And after you arrived home, what, if anything, happened?
I started getting text messages from my husband, and he said that some of the parents were going to go to grab something to eat, and I should go.
And what, if any, hesitation did you have about that?
I was tired. I worked all day.
I'm sorry. Some of them are just like even worse because it's like he says it. It's like he's not even thinking. He's just auto says it. So sometimes when he says it, it's like even worse than usual. And like that was one. Like, what if any hesitation? Clearly.
Pretty much I was done. So I had already almost started changing out of my clothes, and I said I wasn't going to go.
And eventually, did you decide to go?
My kids told me to go. They did. They actually, they said to me, you never go out, you don't do anything. Dad's by himself, you should go and just keep him company while he eats dinner. So that's what I did.
And so based on that, you decided to go?
I did.
Okay.
Reluctantly.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, reluctantly I went, yes.
And where is it that you went?
So that's when I went to CF. I'm sorry, I went to the waterfall. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
And is the waterfall, is that somewhere you would?
Good night, Super Planner Girl. Thank you so much for sending me the snippet. I'll check that out after the stream. Thank you. Good night.
I had been to the waterfall before.
And where is that located
Go
in the town?
chasing water.
It's on Washington Street in Canton.
The cars and the
And
bars
so
that
obviously
you
your husband was
used.
already there. You took separate cars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And about what time is it that you got to the
you get
water?
out of
I
hand.
believe I got to the waterfall around 9:30
You get out of
at
hand.
night.
And where did you park your car in relation to the waterfall?
So I actually found parking right on Washington Street, and I was across the street from the waterfall.
And when you arrived and when you came in, who, if anyone, did you recognize sort of when you first came into the water?
Lally.
So I walked into the waterfall, and there, pretty much, I didn't know anybody except for Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and my husband.
Yeah, that's a good
And
thing.
If
You
you
know
could
that.
describe for the jury sort of when you walk in the door, the people that you knew as far as your husband and the McCabe's, where were they in relation to you walk in the door, where are they?
So you walk in the door, there was a band in the front playing, and then there were high top tables, and they were at the back of the high top tables.
Every single person knows what a
If I
high
was
top table is.
standing sort of at the doorway of the waterfall, the entrance way in, and facing those high top tables, which side were your husband and the McCabe's on from that perspective?
On the right. I believe the band was playing if you walked in the door, the band was in like the top part of the, like on the left, and they were on the right.
And the band that was playing that night, fair to say, was fairly loud in there?
It was extremely loud in there, yes.
I mean, it did
And
not look like
as
a loud
far
band. I'm just
as,
saying. It did not look like, that
Obviously, you're
type
at a
of-
bar, people
whatever.
are drinking, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you have to drink that night?
I drank water that night.
And why was that?
I typically don't drink a lot. I suffer from migraines, so one like alcoholic beverage sometimes can set me
absolutely.
off for days. So I chose
Right,
water.
great.
Now, as far as that high top table that you went to with your husband and the McCabe's,
Yeah.
were there other people at that table?
They could be objecting, relevance, cumulative, actually too as well. Cumulative, definitely cumulative. A lot of it's cumulative. But if they don't object, I don't know. If it could be strategy like that the jury is just going to be bored listening to Lally, like they definitely are, but like it could just sometimes that could just be part of it. Or, sometimes it's like the more you let them get out on direct, the more you can then cross them, the more leeway. So
There were other people there.
And did you know or recognize any of those other people at the table?
So it was pretty much all of Jennifer McCabe's family. I did not know them, maybe had seen them around town and stuff like that, but I didn't know.
yeah, like I guess actually the proper objection would probably be cumulative because it is relevant, right? We do need to have this established, like who was there, blah blah. But at this point, this has been established, and we've even seen it on video many times. So yeah, I think cumulative. It's funny because that's an objection you don't hear as much in trials because it's usually not the biggest issue. Like, again, Lally takes a rare approach to this job.
Anybody other than my husband and Matt and Jen.
Yeah, I would agree.
So fair to say that you sort of gravitated or stayed towards that end of the table?
That is correct. I talked.
Yeah, she's like a house plant at the center of a table that is doing suspiciously well, even though it's not watered properly or something. I'm just trying to think of like, how can you be a suspicious house plant? But that would be her.
to them for a bit, and then I think Jen started introducing me to some people, and I met some of her family.
Now, as far as sort of the overall sort of demeanor within the bar that night and within the group that you were at the high top table with, how would you describe it?
Everybody was happy, having a good time.
No arguments amongst anybody at any time that you saw throughout the entire time you
I
were
would agree.
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Yeah, that's
Now, at
classic
some
right
point
there.
later on in the evening,
Classic.
who, if anyone else, that you recognized or knew came
Who,
in
if
to
anyone?
walk in?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and that's when Karen and John came in.
And just to be clear, when you say Karen, you mean Karen Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
No, a different
Clear what
Karen.
we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's
She's sitting right there.
Also, I want to say something real quick. I'm going to rewind this a smidge. So they do not have the witness. Sorry, not the witness. The defendant does not have to be identified by every witness. They do need to be identified by somebody in a trial. Like that has to be established. And you know, usually maybe more than once, but not every witness needs to identify them. But what's interesting is when he asks her that and she goes to point, notice how she smiles when she points at Karen.
Throughout the entire time you were there.
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Now, at some point later on in the evening, who, if anyone else, that you recognized or knew came into the bar?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and that's when Karen and John came in.
And just to be clear, when you say Karen, you mean Karen Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear who we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
She's sitting right there.
Look at that smile,
That's a
though.
record reflects
Wow.
identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece, and my younger daughter
Who's
were
Bubba?
friends.
It was
Our
Bubba with
friends,
the
our
chicken
friends.
in the
They are friends.
kennel.
And about
G
how
group.
long had you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at Jen McCabe's house.
I might have actually, did I talk over at the defense? Yeah, that was the thing. I think I might have gone over it. Hold on, let me rewind a second. But that's the thing where it's like, to me, that shows that subconsciously she has not made that connection that this is that Karen, you know what I mean?
She's sitting right there.
That's a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece, and my younger daughter were friends.
Were friends, are friends?
They are friends.
And about how long had you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at Jen McCabe's house.
Yeah.
And if you know about when was that in reference to his date of January 28, 2022?
I believe I met her sometime in 2020.
Sometime in 2020 at Ms. McCabe's house.
That is correct.
And
Did you guys notice it? But one thing that's interesting is like later on, I think it's with Brian Albert, actually. I've never heard this in a trial, I don't think ever. Brian Albert, when he goes to refer to Karen, just even whenever it's just like whatever normal question, instead of calling her by her name, he refers to her as the defendant. I've never heard that ever. It's crazy.
how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship between either yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, or yourself and who did you know better, Mr. O'Keefe or Mr.
Oh my God, Lally,
I knew
why?
Mr. O'Keefe better.
Ask a better question.
We saw him all the time. My daughter would have play dates with his niece. My husband coached basketball that his niece played on his team. So
Another overlap with Murdaugh, sports ball.
he was a great guy. We saw him all the time. Yeah.
And prior to this date of January 28th, had you ever been in any kind of social setting out with the defendant, Ms. Reed, before?
I had not been, no.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to leave?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
And at some point, did they, and by they I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
And when they came over to you, what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fian. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night, anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again?
There.
As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and
let me
the
rewind that.
defendant, anything out of the ordinary, approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
And at some point, did they, and by they I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in, and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, came, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
And when they came over to you, what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fian. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night, anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again?
Sure. As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, anything out of the ordinary that you observed between the two of them that evening at the bar?
I saw nothing. I did not see anything.
And extending that sort of to the entire group at the high top table that you were with, anything that you observed sort of out of the realm of the demeanor that you've already described?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's interesting because at this point they already had kind of even said the word defendant, but she still hasn't processed that. Yeah, thank you, Kitsmits. I don't even know. I think he's just not that smart or something. I don't even know. Thank you, Kitsmits. Yeah.
Everybody was having a great time.
Oh, God.
Now, with regard to sort of where you were positioned at the high top table in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was he closer to your end, or where was he located? If you
Wow.
I'm not sure. I don't know where he ended up going. I know that
Dude,
Karen stayed
3
with
words would have been
me.
enough.
And then I'm not sure where John went, but I know he was talking to the guys probably.
So Mr. O'Keefe was moving around a bit, talking to different people,
Yes,
and Ms. Reed was down towards where you were, is that correct?
that is correct.
And who, if anyone else, was sort of down your end of the table? Who were you talking to when Ms. Reed came up?
It was Jen McCabe,
So
the three of us.
when Ms. Reed comes and joins, is essentially Ms. Reed, the defendant, yourself, and Ms. McCabe.
That is correct.
And when Ms. Reed first comes up, what, if any, conversation did she have with either yourself or Ms. McCabe?
She started talking to Jen first, and then
Yeah.
they had a conversation, and then we started talking.
And that first sort of initial conversation between the defendant and Ms. McCabe, did you hear any of that conversation?
I did not. It was loud. I don't know what they were talking about.
Now, as far as, obviously you're at a bar and people are drinking, what, if anything, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe to be drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking beer.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking that night?
She was drinking something out of a clear glass, perhaps.
So clear glass with a clear liquid in it?
Correct.
As far as through any conversation that you had with either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe, did you have any understanding of sort of where they came from prior to coming into the water bowl?
So they had come from across the street.
We know
and what is it from?
Lally.
From the bar, I think, so it was CF McCarthy's.
The bar.
And so as far as the conversation that you, at some point in time during the course of the evening, you had a conversation with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
We talked for quite a while.
And during that time that you were talking for quite a while, as far as, was that strictly sort of the two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Miss McCabe was involved with those conversations.
So just to,
It was the three of
the
us.
three of you were talking together. Okay. And with respect,
Look at her face.
with respect to the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did she say about that?
So she started by saying how much she admired him, how much how much he did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that.
That's all.
She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she
It took me a second because I was in Lally land as a, trying to resist the Lally, and but dude, that's that's amazing. Well done.
started talking about John,
So she spoke about your kids,
about my daughter. Yeah.
a little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
She did. She always had a way of saying I don't know, she seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his relationship.
Okay, let's ask ourselves. Review. I might rewind it just to the beginning of this question, although it's painful. Why is Lally eliciting this testimony from her on direct examination? How does this help the prosecution?
Just how she looked up to him for that.
Hold on, let me go back a little bit. Okay.
With respect to the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did she say about that?
So she started by saying how much she admired him, how much how much he did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that. She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she started talking about John.
So she spoke about your kids,
About my daughter, yeah.
So he actually encourages more description because he goes she spoke about your kids?
a little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
She
In glowing fashion.
did. She always had a way of saying I don't know, she seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his.
I don't understand. Lally, is he confused? Does he have I don't know. Or is there an Alzheimer's situation? Does he think he's actually on I'm so fucking confused. He's actually asking further questions to get more testimony about how much Karen loves not just John's niece and nephew, but this lady who she doesn't even know all that well, her daughter. It's just I don't. Yeah, it does come up about the thing with the time, but you could be right. Maybe that's what, maybe you could be right, DSN, that's where they're going. Although, I don't know, I feel like we're giving Lally too much credit to assume he has any type of plan because he can't even plan a sentence correctly.
Relationship.
And then after she talked a little bit about
Correct.
what, if anything else?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more because he took all the burden on himself.
And what, if anything,
Right.
else did she say about that
Right.
in relation
Yeah,
to
exactly.
sort of their
Yeah.
relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that she was excited about.
So yeah, so not even that big of a deal.
Yeah.
They're going on a trip.
About what time would you say it was that you left from the waterfall?
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what, if any, discussion did you hear or were you a part of as far as anybody talking about?
Oh my
where
God,
to
Lally,
go?
stop.
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street to the pizza place.
And what pizza place is across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner
hear that?
happened to be there that.
You guys hear that? Let's rewind that. It's a rare gem of a moment where Lally asked an actual question that makes sense.
And there was talk about maybe going across the street
Here,
to the pizza
here.
place.
And what pizza place is across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E
He said, what pizza place is across the street? So he's capable of it. That was a normal question.
Pizza, and the owner happened to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group, like, hey, let's go there. And he said no.
And what, if any,
Great point, Kit Smith.
what, if anything, did you hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say?
Great point. Yeah.
She just seemed like willing to go.
Was that something that she mentioned once or more than once?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember, like, at this moment. But
Was your memory exhausted as to that?
say that, could you rephrase that?
Memory exhausted as to that particular point?
Lolly.
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
I'm exhausted,
That's my-
Lolly.
Yes.
Now, other than that, what, if any, other discussion was there as far as where people were wanting to go or intending to
No,
go
Kit
after
Smith,
what?
we have heard.
So after
We have heard testimony about the pizza place at this point. We have.
that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about
It is before Albert's brother, but we had heard. I remember by the time we got to him, I was so sick of hearing about the pizza place. We'd already heard about it. Cumulative.
Well, Jen probably I think Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
And was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview. I wasn't specifically invited myself. I just think it was put out there.
And did either yourself or your husband take anyone up on an invitation? Did you go to Fairview after the waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, there's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home.
Yeah, I remember he does say it, but Lally used it first. And I think so. It must be something that they just is like a, again, another local thing for this, but of course Lally says it first, right? I mean, ugh.
And just to be clear, by him, you mean your husband?
My husband, yeah.
Yep.
And around the time of midnight or so when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we got up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, you're coming with me. And she grabbed her, she put her arm around her, and she said in front of me, she's like, you're coming with me, you're coming with me.
That sounds like trying to separate the two, right? But I don't mean that as in separate them because they're fighting. She just said they were being lovey-dovey. It's almost like seeing that they're lovey-dovey and wanting to separate them because otherwise they'd stay. Let me rewind that real quick. I think this is important. And she seems to be the only person who would have witnessed it, except for Jen, who knows what we're going to hear from her.
We're leaving. Who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we got up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. they, s- I, he like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
It's weird. It's weird. Weird.
And just to be
I
clear,
don't know.
like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or what?
No, like joking around, like, "Hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise." Like it was
Weird.
like something
Fucking
like
weird.
that.
Yeah,
And
it's
did the three
weird.
of you
And her
sort of
face,
walk towards the door to the
her
park?
facial expression changed when she started telling this part of the story. Like it looks concerned. Did you guys notice that? Something struck her. I think, let me rewind it again. I think something happened at this moment that she felt like it strikes her as odd when she's remembering it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like it didn't sit right with her, maybe? Because
It was,
usually-
again, it was always Jen, myself.
what she's been doing, she's been smiling pretty much whenever she's talking. Like she's smiling, even just like smiling with her eyes, but her expression changes.
And Karen. So we brought up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
And just to be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or what?
No, like joking around, like, "Hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise." Like it was like something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Her face is troublesome. Rose is saying, yeah, why do we need an after party? The other thing that's weird, it ends up being really late for all these I mean, of course they're adults, but you know what I mean? But the other thing that's weird that I keep thinking about, and so you guys can think about this too as we get into the testimony of the Albert family, is that there's a lot of weirdness about it. So it's Brian Jr.'s birthday. You guys, there's something, okay, not something, there's a lot of things that are off, because like the whole thing, when they keep giving the reason for this whole get together in the first place, is they give this whole backstory on how they do this every year when they go to the bar and like they give this whole reason for it, and it's his birthday. Well, he doesn't go. Like, again, it's weird to me anyway that like if you're 22, whatever, you're in your early 20s, like you're gonna party with your parent, like that's kind of weird anyway. But regardless, like they say that's like the whole reason they're doing it, but then he doesn't go, and like his mom is like, "Oh, I think he just didn't feel up to it," or whatever. But then later on, when they're like accounting for when all the boys come home or whatever, she's like, "Oh yeah, he was hanging out with his friend," and then she gives some friend's name. He was hanging out there at that person's house. So it's his birthday. He's supposed to have family plans, but he doesn't have family plans because he stays home because he doesn't feel up to it. But yeah, he's hanging out with somebody else. I mean, it's just, there's more contradictions than that. That's just what I can remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I mean, agreed. Yeah. Yeah, I think the sure is if everyone does say it. It must be a local thing. Everybody says sure, and sort of also comes up a lot, and everyone. Yeah, it is. She was trying to separate them, and then honestly, I don't know that we even know exactly what happened after that. Or I mean, this is where again it all comes back to Jen. It's weird though. Yeah, that makes sense too. Thank you, Rose, for wishing everyone a happy Mother's Day. I'm a mom to my dog Frodo, so Paw Nerd mom. But yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the human moms and pondered moms out there. Yeah, the sure thing is fun. Is really funny. I don't hear that as much, but there's definitely, again, but to me, it's a similarity to Murdaugh, right? They've got their local like dialect, which, you know.
Three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together.
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band like clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meaning the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
So not directly with your group, but
Not with us. No.
now at some point you get outside of the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No,
And at some point
Lally.
when you're outside.
No, his question was, at some point you get outside of the waterfall. Is that correct? She should have answered, no, I still live there now to this very day. Like, what the
Out
fuck?
of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen. And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden,
The fact that she noticed this at the time and it struck her as odd is significant. Let me rewind this again just a smidgen.
front, meaning the women.
And at the initial
Yes.
time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
So not directly with your group, but
Not with us. No.
now at some point you get outside of the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point when you're outside of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen. And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
This is significant. Because what is going on? Like, why is she trying to separate them? This, to me, is maybe one of the first things that I can notice in this whole night, where it's like something seems off, maybe. Like, I don't know. It's just, but more importantly, the fact that she took this was odd to her contemporary, like at the time, and she remembered it and she noticed it when it was just a normal night, but like that stuck out. That says a lot, you know?
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing? Like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall?
It was away from the waterfall.
And who, if anyone else, did you observe walking in the direction of Washington Street at the same time as yourself?
That's when I saw Karen and John walking.
And they were walking in that direction as well?
Correct.
Did you see them approach or get near to some sort of vehicle?
It looked like they were walking towards a black SUV of some sort.
And have you seen either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe in relation to a dark or a black SUV prior to that date?
I believe I had, yes.
And whose car did you believe it was?
I thought it was Karen's car.
And which side of that vehicle?
Now, I will say, this only just dawned on me because, again, I'm learning this as I go along watching this trial. But I will say, I find it interesting that the Albert family, the Brian Sr. Albert family, they have a lot of black SUVs. Like, it's like, I don't know why you want all your cars to look almost the same, but like, they have a lot of black SUVs. And I can't recall, there might have even been other black SUVs from other people. There was just like a lot of, so I don't know. Like, it's just something that I'm, I think is interesting. Because if it's dark and it's snowing, and there's snow on the cars, and we're going to see the footage. Let's see how much snow is on the cars. Because I'm wondering, like, would you know if it was, yeah, DSN. Oh my God. Good one. Yeah, they all drive SUVs. And I think they're all black for them. I mean, the ones that they either don't say a color or they do and it's black. So the waterfall was chasing you is amazing.
Did you observe Karen walking to?
She was walking to the driver's side, but again, I was more concerned about crossing Washington Street, and there was a little bit of snow at that point. So I didn't see, I saw them walking in that direction, like her going to the driver's side and John going to the other side, but I didn't.
Well, I guess I think that what I'm saying is that she can't say, and she's not trying to, but she can't say for certain that they were approaching Karen's car. And the reason that matters, right, is because this is part of the whole thing. And well, maybe we don't really know what the prosecution's theory is. So, but what if they were approaching? I mean, I don't know. It could have been. What if it was one of the Alberts and one of their SUVs? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Just like, what if they were walking to Karen's car and they were parked right, but one was in front of the other? You know what I mean? And so they were like, "Hey guys," and rolled down the window, and they came over to talk. I don't know. But she's careful, right? Because she's even saying, "I couldn't really pay full attention. I was crossing the street. It was snowing." So yeah.
See anything after that.
And were they on the same side of the street as you, or were they opposite?
They were facing the opposite direction.
So you were facing away from the waterfall, they were facing towards the waterfall, is that right?
They were just we were in different directions. So I was it's hard to explain, but they were facing, I was facing up and they were facing back.
And different sides of the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you got in your car and you left, is that correct?
That is correct.
And around that time that you left, I think you alluded to it, but when you got to your car, what was the weather like at that point?
It had just started snowing. You could see the street still.
So you could still sort of see the blacktop through whatever snow was on the ground.
That is correct.
And again, if I could ask for approximately 10:59. And if you could just get deposit there. So Ms. Kolokithas, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's the waterfall.
Love it, Rose. We love all the
And,
songs.
Is this a video that you've seen on a prior occasion?
Yes.
Now, before you, ma'am, there should be a laser pointer. If there's any need for either myself or another attorney, all I would ask you to do is just sort of press that button on it and direct it at the screen.
Okay.
Sort of press the button.
So from this video, first of all, as far as the people in the video, do you recognize anybody in the video?
It's really hard
Yeah.
to see.
I feel you on that.
But it's
Yes, then.
you want me to point?
If you
Yeah.
recognize anyone, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention
So-
to that person and explain who that is.
Oh, sorry. That, I believe, is my husband with that. Maybe, I'm not sure.
If you don't know, or if you can't tell, or you don't know the people,
I'm not sure.
okay.
It's hard to tell.
Now,
It is hard to
Mrs.
tell.
Kolokithas, just from up on this video, you recognize sort of the table that you were at or around on the evening of January
Yes,
28th?
the high tops, yep.
And if you could,
They're all
just
high
direct
tops,
the jury's
aren't they?
attention to, generally speaking, which side of the table that you spent your time talking to Ms. McCabe and the defense?
So, if we're
cares,
pointing
dude?
to here, I'd be on
Lally.
that side, the left side of the table, if you want to call it the left side.
You know,
And,
I
the
think
area where
maybe part of it, maybe his name, maybe maybe his name became Lally. Like maybe she changed it. Like I'm just thinking, did he actually name himself Lally? Because I'm thinking maybe his whole thing, and maybe it's a strategy to lollygag so he can just like delay the inevitable of like the defense, like either like obliterating the next witness or like, you know, whatever. I don't know. It's just like he's just, why? We don't need all these questions, Lally. Stop.
The band was,
Is
if you could.
The band is here. Like, that's what I meant, the left. Yeah, on the front.
And if you know the front door area, sort of where is that located?
So it's like right there.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run this video from 10:59 to 11 p.m.
Shout out to Miss Gilman. We always appreciate the quartet. People. Yeah, it's like the way they talk about the waterfall. The way they talk about it, that's what conjures up the shampoo commercial imagery, I think. I know. We really needed to see that, Lally. Thank you.
Again, Mrs. Kolokithas, you recognize what's up on the screen as just later on in the evening at the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is this towards the end of the evening?
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the lights have been turned up, so it's a little easier
So now
to
I
see
can
things?
recognize a few
They're
more
saying get
people.
the fuck
And so
out.
from
That's
what you
it
can
is.
see up on the screen now, if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the
Closing
jury's
time.
attention to anybody that you recognize.
Oh, okay, so that's me right there. And then my husband is right there, Nicholas. And I don't know if that's Matt, Jen. And I can't tell because of the barcode up there. who that
With
is.
the date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this.
Oh, I see John too,
Oh,
sorry.
sure. Please go ahead.
And I see John. John's right there.
Closing time.
Thank you.
Kid
Ms.
Smith,
Gilman,
I don't
if
know
you
if you were
could.
there. We were talking on a recent live stream. Wifey, who I think is asleep now, Wifey and I, we were talking about how we were on the phone. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys, well, I'll just briefly. So we were on the phone and we were talking about, I don't even know how, good night, DSM. I don't even remember how it came up, but like we were talking about this song and I was like talking about how like what I thought the lyrics meant my whole life. And then like, I don't know, somewhat recently as an adult, I learned what it really was about. And I was like describing it and how like, I also thought it was, about like a sad pet shop. Like the dog is in the window and like no one's coming to take him home because it's closed and like people are walking by. And like, as I was describing it, and then she was like, wait, that's not what it's about. And I was like, wait, what? You thought that too? She's like, yeah, I thought that's what it was about. We both had the exact same idea of that song. It was so funny. And like I know who will want to take me home. I heard those lyrics in elementary school and I pictured the dog, the sad dog in the window, and it's depressing and so sad, and it would make me cry as a kid. And so then we looked up the lyrics and it like says, it uses the words alcohol, like whiskey and beer, but like we were children and didn't even hear that, I guess. Bar closing. But what's so funny is we both got the exact same scene in our heads as kids listening to it, that it was about the sad pet shop. And it's like really fucking depressing. Like no one wants, I can't even, it's so heartbreaking if you're like, like no one wants to take the dog home. Like, I'll take you home. Anyway. Oh, luckily it's not real. The dog is home. The dog is fine.
Play it from this point till 12:11 and 4 seconds.
I can't bear to think about a poor dog like that. Ugh. I just want someone to love. Hey, Deason, if you're not already asleep, happy birthday to your wife from me. Or you can do an office reference. Happy birthday.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. Now, as far as this is the record, we're at 12, 10, and 38. You see sort of three individuals going towards the front entrance.
Yes.
So you just have to say.
Yes.
And with respect, if with that laser pointer, if you could just identify for the jury who, if anyone, you recognize from that group.
Okay, so that's Jennifer McCabe, that's me, and that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Lally, we can see it happening in the video. You can see John there. Let's pay attention to him because he picks up the glass. Hang on, let me rewind that again real quick because I think this is interesting about the glass. Let's see.
Now, as far as this is the record, we're at 12, 10, and 38. You see sort of three individuals going towards the front entrance.
Yes.
So you just have to say.
Yes.
And with respect, if with that laser pointer.
That's got to be Brian. Okay, so if you guys see where John is, that's got to be Brian in front of him. I think Wiggins is over there back behind John, kind of where the squanguin is. So that's got to be Brian Albert right there. I wonder what he's looking at. Is he turning to look at them leave?
If you could just identify for the jury who, if anyone, you recognize from that group.
Okay, so that's Jennifer McCabe, that's me, and that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
That's where he picks up the glass and then walks. So what's interesting to me is like, was this just a random glass? Was this? I have so many questions. Okay, let's start with this. I don't know if you guys like know what laws are, but like there's laws, there's such things as laws and there's such things as rules, right? And then there's such things as like food safety. So things that can't happen. Like this is so insane. Like the thought, okay, I guess it happened. I don't know. The notion that Karen took a glass with her from another place and had it in her coat pocket and took it out and started drinking from it. Logistically, how is it not spilling? Like, how is it not spilling? Because it sounded like it wasn't empty, right? She pulled it out and started, I'm just got to work this through in my head because I have so many questions. She's pulled it out and started drinking from it. So how, and we hear more about that from the upcoming testimony, but like, how is it not, like, your drink would spill? A restaurant, I think it would be easier to walk out of a restaurant with a beverage than to walk into a different restaurant with a beverage, if that makes sense, because they're on the lookout for that. Like you can't bring outside food and drink into an establishment. You also can't just be wandering around with open containers, which apparently they do. And I've also heard that the alcohol laws are really strict there. So, and like being that everyone's law enforcement, they should know. So I don't know why no one is doing anything about, but then he picks up this glass. So as you can see from the table there's like a bunch of empty beer bottles and like glasses, right? That's because they were the last people there. As you can see, the rest of the tables are bust. The reason I think it's odd is because he was drinking beer all night. We know he always drank beer. So why did he pick up the glass? Now, it would make sense if it was just like, oh, she forgot her stolen glass, so he's bringing it to her, but he takes a sip out of it, right? Let me write it one more time. I'm pretty sure he drinks out of it.
And that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It's so stupid. I hate it. There's an interesting gesture there from Brian Albert with his hands. Look, guys, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it means anything. It's just they play this so much. We may as well find things that we can look
And
at.
that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at
Noticing
the
the
same
details.
time,
Yes.
You know.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
So watch Brian Albert's gesture here. I mean, I don't know. He looks kind of, I mean,
You could pause that, Ms. Gilman. Now there's another individual sort of making their way to the doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's John.
That's John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe, yes.
Exiting from the wall.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the last 2 seconds. Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, but from Channel 1, and the third video down on Channel 1. If I could ask you to fast forward to about 12:11.
that's cool. I mean, so, okay, like, here's the thing that it really, the problem is with like the food. Okay. So I've worked in a lot of restaurants, like when I was in college and stuff. And just so y'all know, like there's the, they get the, what do you call it? Like inspection. Oh my God. The health inspection stuff, right? So there's a lot of rules. And so I'll just tell, so that's really what the issue is. Like even if you buy a glass, you know what I mean? Like from an establishment, like it would mean that you can't bring any outside. Okay, how to explain this? You can't bring any outside drinking vessels. It's got to be a better word. Drinking vessels from other establishments that like into another establishment and expect it to be refilled. Like, for example, they kind of say going on where with the testimony here, like as if Karen keeps drinking from that one glass. So it's like she brought it from this first place, brings it into another place, and they refill her drink. Like that's not, I guess it's not, the term is not illegal. It's not that it's illegal, but like you cannot take a glass when someone's drank out of it. You can't bring it into the back of house unless it's just going into the dish pit. Like you can't bring it to the station to refill it. That's why, like, if you think about any place where they have like beverage refills, that it's usually there's something on the table. So in other words, the glass, once the glass has been drank out of, it cannot go anywhere else. It has to be at the table or go in the dish pit, like, or dish room, whatever the place calls it. But like, you can't take it back to where you prepared new drinks, if that makes sense, because it's cross-contamination. So, and any bartender would know that. Like, and it's like, it's actually there's a lot of, like, I don't think that people would break that because it's like drilled into you. Like, you can get in big trouble for this, especially if you're working in a bar. But so Kit's been saying, my interpretation of the glassing is that Karen got a drink at McCarthy's, but drank slowly and hadn't finished. That makes sense. That makes sense. Now, how long? I can't fucking remember. How long was she at the waterfalls, just chasing waterfalls? Because I know for some people they were there for hours, and for others it was less time. I'm trying to remember how long her and John O'Keefe were there. If anybody remembers, I'm sure we'll hear about it again with some other fucking testimony. Even if they have the similar looking glasses, alcohol, anything with alcohol isn't just refillable. You cannot make a drink from a glass that's been used. Let me give you an example. Like if you ever, okay, if you guys ever go to a Starbucks drive-through, if they ever mess up your drink, let me give you an example. Like if you go to a Starbucks drive-through and they mess up your drink, or if you have the drink but you go through the drive-through to be like, hey, like you guys accidentally put something else in here, blah blah. Can you remake it? Because they'll remake it, right? Like, and you've got the mess up one, but you took a sip out of it. That's how you know it was messed up. Ask them. You guys can test this out. Ask them like, oh, hey, do you mind just like throwing this out for me? Because it's like now you've got this extra one you can't drink and you have nowhere to put it. Like that's what my situation is. I don't have enough cup holders. So like, and I'm not going to drink it. So I'm like, hey, can you guys just like throw it out? Because like they cannot take it back through the window because they handed it to you and it left the establishment. And I think it doesn't even matter if you drink out of it or not. I think they have to assume you did. But it's once it's left, it cannot come back into the preparation area. It's a cross-contamination thing. So if that makes sense, like regardless of like even if you're at a bar, let's say that you're only at the waterfall and you're getting drinks from the waterfall. They will not remake a drink in the same glass. It's just not a thing. It's why there's always so many empty cups on tables. They have to make you a fresh one. Now, if it's water, then usually what it is there might be water on a pitcher on the table. But anything that's going to be prepared in the back of house, whether it's alcoholic or not, they can't bring a cup back there and refill it or glass. Yeah. I mean, everyone says she seemed fine. But I'm just thinking like if they weren't there for very long, it would make sense that she could have not finished that drink from the first place and then finished it and not needed to refill it, in which case it would be less weird. The part that gets weird for me is, and this isn't from her testimony, obviously, this is from everyone else. The part that gets weird for me is from everyone saying that she's like getting it refilled. I can't wrap my head around that because I just don't think it's possible. And I don't know if that's them. I don't know. But when I say the people that are saying that are the Alberts, right? So my point is that it's fishy anyway because it's coming from them. But my other point is like, I don't think it's I don't think it's possible. I don't think it was happening. So that's, I guess, but we can, we'll hear that testimony when it happens. Yeah, if it's like not in the back of house and it's like for like, you know what I mean? Like that's totally like like a drinking fountain or whatever. Like there's some places where they have like pitchers, like, and in the South, there's like usually water and sweet tea and they'll just have it like out on the table and you can just like refill your own glass. But anything that goes in the back of house, there's the whole, because that's where the food is prepared. So everything in the back of house is a completely different situation. It has to comply with the food, inspection shit. I can't remember the fucking actual name, health code, whatever it is. Fucking hell. I feel like one of the women says it, I believe. We'll see. I mean, I could be wrong. I thought somebody says it, or that was the impression I got. Like if they said something like she kept drinking from it. And then also I will say too, yeah, I think they do talk about it because I remember Yannetti saying if it was refilled, it could have been refilled with water only. So I think they do talk about refilling it on cross with Julie, I think. Yeah, pretty sure. Or in Peter Tragos's world, a cucumber. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was fucking funny.
And essentially, what I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could play this from 12:11 and 0 to 12:11 and 25 seconds. But I'm sorry. First, if I could ask you to just pause it for 1 second. And I know it's an awful time to pause it, but before the flag blew in front of the camera, do you recognize what's depicted up there?
Can you repeat the question,
What's
please?
in this video generally without what's blocking the camera right now? Do you recognize what?
It's the exit.
So that's the exit to the waterfall?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Gilman, if you could. If you could pause right there. individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame. Do you recognize who that is?
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time where you say they sort of link up at the
Yeah,
front
I
door and then
agree.
walk towards Washington Street.
That's
I
correct.
agree.
And if you could, just with reference to
I mean, also remember, if they had something involvement, the Alberts, they need, you know, Karen clearly is like, I'm not saying, again, cover up and conspiracy are two different things. I agree with that. Like, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy, but again, a convenient scapegoat, what have you, right? Like, maybe it's like, oh, maybe in their mind it's not such a big deal. Just exaggerate here and there how much she was drinking, right? You know what I mean? I mean, this happens. We've heard about this in other cases, right? Where it's like, it makes it easier. Once you get alcohol or drugs involved, then it makes it easier to really pin something on somebody because they don't have all their faculties about them or whatever, you know?
through the screen that we're looking up here in Exhibit 53. Where is Washington Street? Where you had parked and where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking to?
So, okay. Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back parking lot where they're like where you see the cars and you have to take a left.
So looking at how much snow is on that car right there, and you can see some back there, there's other cars with snow. I would say that, here's what I will say. I think that's enough snow that it would be hard to tell one black SUV from another in terms of what make and model it is. You know what I mean? Like, I think you would just see a dark colored SUV. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, clearly it is coming down out there. It's covered enough. So yeah.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is
Yeah,
the
I'm
back
curious
parking
about
lot, and
that
then
too.
to the left is Washington Street.
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way.
Okay.
And then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through 25 seconds. You could pause there. Do you see an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who
This
that
is
person?
fucking
I
creepy.
believe it's Jennifer.
I don't like this.
By that you mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe?
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the last 2 seconds. Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Do you guys see how, does it look creepy to you? When I saw that the first time, whenever this was happening in the trial, I got the heebie-jeebies from that. That just looks, I don't know, something looks off about that. Her and Jen in that video. I mean, and when we first heard this, I hadn't figured out, okay. The only really sus thing that I knew of at this point about Jen was just what this witness had already said about the thing about like, come with me. But like, you know, that didn't register as how creepy that was until I saw this. This struck me as creepy.
Area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person is?
I believe it's Jennifer.
By that you mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe?
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the last 2 seconds. Thank you.
Like, what happens next? Where does she go from there? Dude, what is she doing? She's facing one way and then she just turns and walks the other. I don't know. Something gives me the, I'm also not looking for outside info. But I agree. I think that's a plausible theory here that like they're trying to protect Colin. I mean, yeah. It could be that they're trying to protect him from something unrelated. Entirely possible. Like, you know, I mean, who knows? Because like the family's also intertwined. But dude, I don't know. This video gives me the creeps. Something just seems off about it.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
To direct your attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you're questioning by Mr. Lally, you indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about.
Are you referring, Kitsmith, are you referring to about Colin or about Jen? there were a lot of moments that stood out to me in their testimony, so I wouldn't be able to narrow that down. There were a lot.
About Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
That he took so much responsibility on as it pertained to the children.
Yes.
And that she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They had planned a trip together,
Yes.
and she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar,
There were so many things I still like. There were so many things. There were so many inconsistencies too. One thing that I thought was really fucking bizarre. This is kind of Colin. I guess I can't remember. Was Colin in the military? Fucking can't remember what old people were. But like there was that part where Brian Albert is talking about how they're at the house, and for whatever fucking reason, him and Higgins, who I'm calling Wiggins now, he's like, hey, let's go up to my son's bedroom and like, let me show you some pictures of like military shit. Like photo albums. And the way he describes that, it's completely bullshit. It's just not. And then he's on, and this is on direct. And then he's like, he's asked like, how long were you up there? And he was like, 1 minute. Like, I don't even fucking know. I don't buy it. I don't buy any of it. It could be because he was underage drinking at the bar. That was one thing. Because there was, they had one of the boys was at the freaking waterfall and was underage, was not 18 yet. Yeah, and was drinking it. I guess presumably drinking. But we also know, it is Colin. I remember it because he's also the one that left beer cans in John O'Keefe's yard or whatever it is. But what's so crazy is his parents make absolutely no mention or acknowledgement of his age in regard. Like, it's like they don't even know the drinking limit's 21, like, or drinking age. Like, they don't even, it doesn't even come up. Like, they're not even, but like, this establishment, the waterfall, are they just serving underage kids? I mean, I don't know. Just, it's crazy. But like, clearly he's a regular drinker. And I mean, his parents, he's living at home, right? Because they say that. So are they supplying him with alcohol? Oh, I see what you're saying, Kit Smiths. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's a really very good observation. Yeah, I didn't even think of it that way. Right. Very good observation that there's something about the age being tried as an adult. That is something to keep in mind. Yeah, good thinking. Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you for bringing that up. I'm glad you remembered it. That's a good point.
You indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me," correct?
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall Bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes drive.
Probably.
Right.
So
yeah.
just after these statements were
I
made,
feel you. Yeah.
they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later, 7 minutes later, they'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right.
Good morning,
so
sir.
Good morning, sir.
getting into
Could
a
you
little bit of
please
this.
state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, she's going to kill me.
Correct, kids, since we had not heard from him, but we had heard about the pizza place from other people already. But yeah, this is Chris Albert. Actually, I know it's hard to see right now with the color, but it's in white. It's at the top there. This is Chris.
21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yeah.
And how old are they?
I know.
My oldest is 25,
Very defensive, yeah.
my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza Shop?
She does some of this behind-the-scenes stuff, yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John O'Keefe?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house, I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street, is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows, it's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's 2. There's 2 houses between.
Yeah, all of the Alberts definitely came across as defensive, 100%. Yeah, they're all hiding stuff. And the other thing I was thinking about too is so like the way that John O'Keefe got mixed in with the Albert, like in terms of the Albert family as a whole, right? I know, Kitsmans, I know, like his connection to Brian Albert and the rest of it, right? It's through their neighbors, or is it through Karen? Like, it seems like it's through these guys, right? Like the neighbors, but it seems like they weren't that close. I don't know. Like how, like, I mean, we know that everybody's all connected and like whatever, but like in terms of, like, we know that Chris did not have John O'Keefe's phone number until I think the very day of this event. So, and that reminds me, we still don't know about what's his face was referring to when he said, quote unquote, the incident from the night before. The crappy detective dude, but yeah, so it is the neighbor. Okay, yeah. Right, exactly. Because it's like, it's not enough, right? Like the fact that he gets invited to the birthday party and the fact that, like, I don't know, because like it seems like they're not, again, it's hard because they all they want to all act like it's not good friends, right? So maybe they have, like, what doesn't make sense is It's like all these witnesses are trying to act like they're at the same time. They're good good friends, but not good friends. Like, yeah, we were just neighbors, blah, blah. But like, oh, like, good enough friends to invite him to the party, or, good enough friends to have an inside joke about the yard, and what, you know what I mean? Like, it can't be both. So just something doesn't make sense here. I don't remember that. I don't know. I don't remember that. I don't remember. Maybe somebody else does, though.
Mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers. Are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like, he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. Usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do.
Mitz, I appreciate that you're being that thorough with that perspective. I will say, though, the jury can take notes. So in that case, they might have written that down. So I think you would still be okay to go back and review that, because they would, if they had that same thought, they would review their notes,
I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin. Then a brother.
No transcripts, because court transcripts take forever to get. So if ever that ends up, like, if they ever need a transcript in court from something that's happening, like, on the fly, it's like a really big deal. I don't think they get, do you mean transcripts of their notes? Maybe, is that what you mean? Let me know if that's what you meant, just transcripts of their notes. I thought maybe you're saying like transcripts of the trial.
Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 O's.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Oh my God. Why are you asking it like
Now,
that,
your older
Lally?
brother Brian, what is he?
Where is it that you sort of fit in? How did he even figure out what the intention of that question was? How did he figure out what he was asking? That question is insane. Why don't you just say how old are you?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother Kevin, what does he do?
Yeah, they take like 6 months or something for those transcripts, or maybe longer. They take a really long time because there's like more than one version, and they have to get like approved when there's discrepancies. Yeah, why does that rings a bell? Carrie Roberts? I don't know. Maybe that's because is that an actress? I have no idea. I have no age. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Somebody needs to just answer his questions in the way that, in a response that is appropriate for how he asked.
He's a Canton police officer.
I would.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for it?
Yes, yeah, I knew he was a
Roberts,
Boston police officer as well.
That does sound familiar, but I have no idea what it just sounds familiar.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to
January
28th, 2020.
I remember hearing from, it's in one of the wife's testimonies, I don't remember which one, that there is some other couple that's around that we don't hear as much about, but I can't remember their names. But there's like, I remember like listening to something that was important, and then I was like, she's like referring to the people, and I'm like, wait, who are these people, and how have we not heard about them? And it wasn't the Greek couple, it was some other, it was like, I don't know. So there are other people around. There's some other characters we don't know yet.
Recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E pizza shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into?
Oh my God, why?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And you recall, what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the evening?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work.
Interesting.
So I think I said to him,
He actually says it was my nephew's birthday, and a bunch of people are planning on going out, and I'm going to meet up with them. So he doesn't say his nephew's going. I just don't. This is where, again, there's a lot of this. It reminds me a lot of like what Alex would do, where it's like thinking that people are going to assume you mean this certain thing, and they all 4 of these fuckers do it with like in regards to this fucking birthday. I'm telling you, it's very weird. None of it makes any fucking sense. Like, why do they really want it to be his? Because this isn't the underage kid. This is Brian turning 23, I think they say. So I was thinking initially, oh, maybe it's because the underage, and they want to like, no, that's not what it is. So because this kid's of age, and young adult, whatever. Like, okay, it's like the way he says it, if you take it at face value, it's like, yeah, it's my nephew's birthday. He's staying home, but we're going to go out and party without him. What? How does this make sense?
I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop that night?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes. It was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Yes. There's a lot. I've heard so far so many violations to like the rules of having a restaurant in this trial. It's insane. But having said that, they also store blood evidence in red Solo cups. So there's that.
During the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working, and he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead. Sorry.
And where did he say that he was?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall in relation to that?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be.
Yeah, and the weirdest thing is about the birthdays. Like, yeah, they go out to celebrate his birthday without him. He stays, and then his wife said, like, oh yeah, he stays home. He wasn't feeling up to it. But then later on, come to find out, they asked the other wife, and she's like, he was gone. He was at a friend's house. It's like, I don't know.
To my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you...
Wait, what did you just say was that far away? Hold on.
Yeah, so...
From where you work?
Yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far, and a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2
Lally,
buildings
what is
after
wrong
me
with
on the
you?
left-hand side.
Town building?
And then the
Oh
town
my
hall is a
God.
little further down on the right.
Town building. What the fuck?
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library in?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to Waterfall?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, "Are you coming down? Are you there?" She was down there, so I had a conversation with her. And I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the Waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the Waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize when you came?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open, and my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law Nicole was there. My niece Caitlin was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with. I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister Nicole, so I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And when you walk in,
Caitlin's another one that the name just comes up. I would say about like maybe equally as much as Colin. Like I would say maybe it's like just name keeps coming up. I mean, obviously it's no Jen McCabe, but like, yeah, Caitlin and Colin. I feel like the names just keep recurring themes. You know, we hear more about them than we do Karen and John, I would say. Yeah, I mean, I think the weirdest thing is like, I think the weirdest thing for me is not even adults going out, but it's like you're celebrating someone's birthday without them, like regardless of age. You know what I mean? Like as if they're like you're like punishing them. Like you got to stay home. We're gonna celebrate without you. Like it's just when you're saying that's the whole reason for the get together, and that I don't know. It's just fucking weird. It is all sus AF.
and relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
Oh my God, who cares?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the Waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people that's there?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Right. So Brian Jr. is like in his 20s. The normal thing would be like, that's what I was saying. The normal thing would be for him to be with people his age. Like, it's weird. It's weird that there's talk of this tradition of going out with, his parents. Like, that's the thing. So the reason why it's weird is like from the first place, this whole, we're all going to go out partying for his birthday. Like, he should be with his friends, right? Like, but then of course it's also weirder when it's just like he doesn't go. But like, I'm not saying it's weird that he doesn't want to be with them. I'm saying that's normal. I'm saying it's weird that they say that that makes sense in the first place, if that makes sense. Yeah, he ordered a Cosmo. Because he does end up going out, or well, who knows? According to one of them, they say he ends up hanging out with a friend instead. So like maybe that's him, trying to hang out with his friends, but still. Like, if you're all getting together for birthday and the birthday person doesn't go, I would say the nature of the get together is not a birthday party anymore. Like, change the description. You know what I mean? Correct. That's right. Exactly, Kit Smith. Yeah. The pizza thing. Yeah. And that's not right. Oh, right. It was Colin that was at a friend's house. That's who it was. That was who at friend's house. And right. That's right. Yeah. Colin was at some names. So I remember she said the name, but the name was a weird name. I couldn't catch it.
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Cheers, Lally, relevance.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So, at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your?
I know, the beer choices.
So, my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And
The
is
distancing.
Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
A gentleman
And how
named
did
Brian
you know?
Higgins.
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say
Yeah,
you
that
knew him
answers
sort of through
bullshit.
your
Sorry.
brothers, either Brian or
I'm
Kevin or-
sorry.
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral.
Okay.
They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian,
Yeah, when we get to the food part, that is just a whole other thing.
it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, who's?
Here we
whose
go.
son?
So that's my older brother Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he
forgot
present at
his
the waterfall
name?
that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
This is stupid. Like, you guys, it's one thing if it just happens to be his birthday, but you guys are going out. But it's different when you guys all say you're having a get together for a birthday. It's completely different.
And when your brother, your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated? Or
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think, nothing before I got to the waterfall?
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where-
No, he is, dude. He's giving him an opportunity to admit those texts before the defense does it. That's what's happening there. Because, wow, like you guys with the whole what's his face nutter never cracker.
was he going to be?
What, if any, communication do you recall in regard to who was there or who was going?
Wow, he just completely omitted that. Wow.
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." And he said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and
Why
Ms.
have
Reed
we
come
not
into the
heard
bar,
much
where
about
did they
Kevin?
go upon coming back?
You guys, I forgot there was a Kevin. Who's Kevin? Why is Kevin never around? What's the deal with that?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe, and then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
I forgot there was a Kevin. I don't even know. I'm confused.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes,
I know.
And
I
how
know,
would you
that's why
describe
it's
their
weird.
relationship as far as
good relationship.
Maybe Kevin's in a different country or
And
something.
when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant to do?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket, and I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment.
Notice how he calls her the defendant also. I thought that was just his brother that does it, but no, he does it like not, in other words, he's not like answering a question that about, like he's calling her the defendant by choice, like choosing to use that word, which is really interesting. And I noticed Brian doing it. I didn't notice him doing it until now.
About it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under a coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
If you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
Who cares? Well, I guess it kind of matters because he does drink out of that glass at the end.
You mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like
No,
that?
not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it wasn't. It's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in
Yeah,
time,
why
did
didn't
you
he
see
have a
him like
coat? I don't know. I don't know if it matters. No one's asking. I'm asking that. Like, why didn't he have a coat? It was blizzard conditions, cold. I mean, everybody else had a coat or like some sort of big hoodie, I guess. Like, especially if you're coming from home. Like, it'd be one thing if you were, let's say if you live somewhere, like sometimes North Carolina is like this, like where it's one temperature, like it might be warm and then it might drop or whatever. Like, let's say you're at work, for example, and then it drops and you're leaving work and it's way colder. That's different, right? But like if it's winter and you're leaving the house and it's like to go somewhere like the bar and it's snowing or whatever, about to snow or cold, like why would you not have a coat? Like, I don't know. I wish someone could even just like, did he ever have a coat on? Did he take it off at the bar? I don't know. And it is interesting because like, remember there was that one EMS dude who made a big deal about cutting open the fluffy coat. And we, like he testified that he had a puffy jacket on or whatever. So, but he was the only one that testified to that. Anyway, just another freaking thing.
jacket or anything like that?
No.
Oh, okay. I might have missed that.
Now, as far as your
Okay,
observations of
thank you.
Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that when you saw him?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area that he was?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you've described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
Where were they sitting?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat.
Man, I can't go without socks. My feet get way too cold. That's amazing, Rose, that you can do that. Yeah, I don't like that. My feet get way too cold.
I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make.
All right, I got questions. So first of all, there's no niece or nephew turning 21 there. First of all, the nephew was turning 23, I believe, right? But he wasn't there. So this is so Murdaugh-y, right? Using this is like the mom in Almeida. This is like using this other thing as an excuse for something else that makes no actual sense.
Make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
I mean, yeah, I know, right?
Where did your brother Brian live then?
Yeah.
34 Fairview.
Yeah. No, I agree. But what I can say for certain though is that no one testified that someone was turning 21, because that I would have remembered that, because then things would make more sense, especially if there was like a bigger get together or more partying or whatever, right? it would make sense that there's a ritual, but that's what's so interesting is because they never say that anyone was actually turning 21. So the ritual is just like an excuse that doesn't make any type of sense. But yeah, you're right. We did get to 3 different answers. That's,
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
yeah.
And you
I know.
referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21.
Yeah.
It was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so.
No.
I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or
No.
21. I think he was turning 21 though.
In
No.
relation to this evening of January
boy.
28th, that
Yeah.
the
That,
ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th
I know.
that you had done that, if you know?
I'm still not even clear why this is relevant at all. It's like they're making up this thing for no reason. Like, why are we even including this whole story about we would have maybe gone and made pizza app? Like, why is this even? I'm not clear on why this is even talked about with each witness or one witness. I don't understand the relevance. Like, they didn't know it didn't happen, so why does it fucking matter, right? Like, they didn't do it.
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
Oh my
And,
fucking
and
god!
that's all I'm really asking, sir.
Yeah.
Was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
Oh
And so
my
what, if
god!
any, conversation from your end as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation
This is
from your
great.
end was there in reference to doing that?
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me,
Oh,
Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
Even Lally pauses after that one. Yeah, I mean, so this is the thing, right? Is like, that's what I'm saying. Because it's just like with Murdaugh, man. It's like things where it's like it wouldn't be a red flag, but you make it a red flag. You know what I mean? It's like if it's a snow day and they're adults and they want to party at the house afterwards. I mean, we know that there's sometimes a more of a drinking culture in places like big cities or amongst, but like, I guess in movies we see Boston cops maybe, or what, I don't know. I just feel like we've seen it in movies, but you know what I mean? Like in other words, if that's like, I'm not saying that's the weird thing. Cause like that could be what they do. What's weird is all the other bullshit around it. Like, it's the red flag to me is that that's not what's happening. Like, because they need to try to make up a reason for going back to the house. Like, I totally see what you're saying, kids. But and that's why I'm asking the question, because I'm like, this is all weird. Like, they're working too hard to try to give an excuse as to why they go back to the house. And that's the red flag, because if it was just, they just went back to the house and it was just to hang out and they like, you wouldn't need to give a reason, right? You don't have to justify you're allowed to go and hang out where you want. You know what I mean? Once you start coming up with the story, you're in Murdaugh territory, right?
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably
yeah, I know.
was.
I would say pizza's healthier than potato skins and chicken fingers. I mean, depending on the pizza, but like, I would say potato skins and chicken fingers have no ability to be anything other than really unhealthy. Whereas pizza does have the ability to be on the healthier side, depending on what you have.
Was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Mr.
Yeah,
Lally?
but that's the thing. It's like, if you're tight knit and hanging out is normal, you wouldn't need a big fucking excuse in this, all the razzle dazzle pizza story business going on.
He left after they arrived. So then she must have left later
Yeah,
than
the
that.
donut thing, another one.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up with the waterfall?
I think they called last call up right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
So
And as far as the group that you were with,
here's the thing. Like, I don't know that I've been in the position like what I'm picturing, where there's like a whole group of people and there's a round of shots and everybody has the shot. Like, I don't know that I've been in that position where it's like that group setting of that or whatever, like that I can remember. But like, I feel like I've seen it in movies, but what I'm thinking is like, isn't it a thing like when you do that, you ask how many people want shots and then you get that number of them. And then it's like, the thing is like, you all do it together. Like, am I wrong about that? Like, I feel like that's the whole thing is like you wouldn't just buy more shots than you need and then they just sit there and people just like leave it. You know what I mean? Like, like that doesn't make any sense that you would buy, like, because the whole thing is it's a group ritual, right? Like, it's like a thing. You do the shot together. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but right. I know. I agree. It's that it's all this over explaining. Definitely. Yeah.
at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first, obviously. She didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well?
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
But when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington.
Why didn't we see him in the video? I'm so confused, you guys. Oh, I didn't. Kid Smiths. Gee, I wonder what the weather was like that night. I know, right? Why? Maybe they show him video. I can't remember. Maybe they do. So, but why does he not see Jen McCabe? How does he? Questions.
So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left on Washington.
They were sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned, that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is, throughout the course of the evening, when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that
I
night?
did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now, is that?
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son,
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
and if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance.
Okay, let's see. Maybe there was a part after that. Let's see. He should have said that he saw Jen,
Ms.
though.
Gilman,
That's
if I could have.
what
from
happens
channel
to
3,
her
the
after
second
she
video
walks
now.
out, right? That's what I need to know. What happens next to her?
If you could just pause there for a moment, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was
Oh my
speaking
God,
of that are
I
like, there's
swear.
like 2 or 3 in a row.
Yeah, I don't want to hear, dude. The freaking high top tables. Ugh.
Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
The high top tables are the new apron.
I don't have any.
My apologies, Your Honor. Thank you very much. So, sir, what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Basically, just click that button and point it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, right?
Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could.
I mean, some people shower in the morning, some people shower at night. But you know what? For me, it's like getting into bed without brushing your teeth, unless you're like gravely ill. I can't comprehend it. I mean, when I say gravely ill, right? At least brush. At least brush. Yeah. That the teeth are a must. Sorry.
Direct the jury's
Gravely
attention
ill.
to about where the
I
high
mean,
top
that's
is, and
that
then about where you
situation,
were seated
then
at that
maybe
high top.
you can skip.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here,
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
back here. Wait,
No.
so this is
I
from walking into the water.
I know where the bar is and he doesn't. That's problematic. So the thing with the counters, Kid Smiths, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to keep up with it. I think that if I had maybe if I do another like gavel to gavel situation, because this is like I just jumped in because it was like emergency, to where, but still, like, again, the thing is that there's so many. The counter is like on overdrive for this versus the other trials, because I've done counters on all the other ones, but like the redundancy is unparalleled for this. So I just don't I just don't want to like end up to where I'd have to keep taking it down so much you guys wouldn't even see it, and then I would like end up missing comments in the video, and you know what I mean. So yeah, I it was a great idea, and I know I asked for suggestions. So maybe if I decide to continue doing it, I'll have to take out like what if anything, just at least that, because otherwise it's just unmanageable. Yeah. I mean, I need like maybe Nightbot. Nightbot, will you help me? Like if I could get an assistant, but yeah. I don't think that exists yet. So
Fall. Okay, so the bar is after, so that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention where that was.
On this side over here, it's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. And I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. Right. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman.
Send professional invoices can be paid faster.
What the hell?
Now, Mr. Alba, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
So it would be off sort of towards the left, is that
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. As far as two individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56.
You know what I want to know? I want to know who owns this place. I want to know who owns this place. And I don't know that that's going to come into trial. It's probably going to end up, I'm going to Google it, but I'm going to wait until after trial to Google it. But I want to know who owns this place because potentially there's underage drinking allowed, outside beverages / breaking health code involved, stuff like that. But also, Brian Albert is the last one to leave. And he's like, it seems like he's like the last person there and everyone else has left. So like, what is, and he doesn't answer this question, but my thought is why? Like, what is he doing? Does he know the owner? I mean, it does seem like they're closing the place down. I don't know. I'm just curious. It makes me curious who owns the place. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because they don't even think twice about walking out with drinks, walking in with drinks, having an underage person there. I can't remember which kid it is, but one of them's there. And they don't even bat an eye about it. Right, Caitlin Albert is there, and she had a boyfriend with her. Maybe he was the underage one. I don't know. There was some
Thank you,
kid.
Ms. Gilman. You can take that down.
Julie talks about, I believe.
Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes.
And how do you know that, sir?
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son got home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that, yeah. That was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about, obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was? So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told me?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
Following receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house."
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother
was
Brian, Nicole,
Dude, the fuck,
Brian
no?
Higgins was there.
From what I remember, I was there. You gotta be joking me. What? Let me rewind that. You're gonna start with I was there? This is insane.
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2
And where was that?
at my condo.
Oh wait, did I go forward instead of backward? Time traveling.
Brian Higgins was there.
Oh my god, I went forward. What's happening?
Approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't room.
Hold on.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that, but I just feel like, to me, that would be so unnatural to come out of my mouth that it wouldn't just be like something that like I don't know, just to me that seems so unnatural that it would actually be, I don't know, I guess it's just not how I feel like physically. Yeah, I feel like physically you would be weird to respond in that manner, because like that should feel weird to say or something.
And she informed me
But that's
that
just
something had
right
happened
now.
to John.
And what was it that you told me?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
Following receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house."
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where
said you were
were you in
last.
relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
That's crazy.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2
And where was that?
at my condo.
Lolly.
I have no further questions, John.
Lolly.
Okay,
Gaggle.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton? Or
Recently elected.
the town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Objection.
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert
Yeah, right.
only
I
moved
know.
from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Did you see his
Yeah,
shop?
I just don't understand the phrase, but he
Oh,
moved.
fucking
He
hell.
moved shortly
You
after.
guys, the way he looked at the judge, he's like, really? You're kidding me? I have to answer. Let me rewind that. That's insane. That's insane, man. And like, this is such bullshit. I don't understand the phrase. Oh, come on, dude.
Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for
I
a
know.
yes or no if you can do that.
Wonderful.
You would agree with
Do
me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Look at that, dude. You guys.
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved. He moved shortly after that. Yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife Julie Albert
Correct.
and your son Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other 2 sons. Yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
I guess.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Okay, that's sustained. You've got another witness you can ask that of.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move
Yeah,
on.
Courtney Proctor, that's the other one.
About
She's
20
coming
years.
up.
You testified.
Or if that's,
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known
Yeah.
Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
All right. Who is Kenneth Berkowitz,
The former Canton police chief.
and how do you know him?
His son and my son, the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
I know.
You've been out
I know.
for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the
At
Canton
least
Police
now we
Department,
learn what a
correct?
selection
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at the, I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm sorry I missed that question. You know, so that's a good question. There's what, 7 siblings total? So God, Kevin, maybe it's Kevin because we don't hear as much about him. I don't know. But again, that means Kevin's probably like in a different, maybe he's in a different country. I have no idea. I mean, it is just it's a lot. It's a lot of brothers. It's a lot of law enforcement.
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin
You don't
Albert worked
agree-
under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Would you consider that
Okay.
to be a professional relationship?
So it's Kevin, right?
With them two, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended
Yeah.
Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
So Kevin sounds like
He may be, not sure.
And as far as your, ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
All right.
Somewhere around there. Maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
This is the same thing. Like
I don't know if I'd call it tight.
I don't know him, but we've been friends since we were babies.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his, wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays.
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
Occasionally,
And you're protective of each other,
That is
correct?
hilarious.
like most families.
Mostly during holidays. Like he's trying to distance himself from his own family. Like, sir, like you gotta be kidding me. What? Like, you guys seem like you're seeing each other all the time.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean by familiar?
You knew who he was. You know, you became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
Right. And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
2 of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
He's quibbling.
Correct.
And
I mean,
you had already testified
yeah,
that you
you're a
know
law
some
enforcement family.
members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
We have you on
Correct.
video.
And you've
doing
ran
that.
with police officers, right?
Sure.
And we were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable.
Yeah, it's like this is what he's gonna say. So it's that's the point, is because it's not just the siblings, right? There's all these different ties that are, it's like friends, but they're close enough to be family type thing, you know? And it's just like, like he's gonna say.
Calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
He's all up in
You've
this,
attended social events together
as
with
they
him, have
say.
you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Couple.
So, at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper. Correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say.
And I think the point of this line of questioning is actually not so much about, I mean, I guess it could be going to bias because he's saying like, you guys are close enough, blah, blah, blah. I think the actual heart of the matter here is he's trying to get into the fact that it's bullshit about how them saying that that same dude with the cups was saying he didn't have a warrant to search the house and he didn't have consent and all that. And he was like, there's no point. Like he was really adamant about like not even trying to get in that house. Right. He was like not having any of it. And so I think that, you know, he's trying to find another way to kind of get around the objections that are happening to call bullshit on the fact that, you know, clearly they could have easily obtained consent and they were allowed into the house and could have done that or whatever.
how do you do, I am Michael Proctor, correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert's second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctor's family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection,
are
Your
their
Honor.
second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained, and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
Kitsmits, I love that we're just resorting to calling it the Albert witnesses. I love it because you know why? I think that makes a lot of sense because it's like they're basically all one and the same. Like they're all saying the same things about certain things, but then there's discrepancies about all the other stuff. But basically, it's same, right? And like there's just going to be more of them to come. And so it's like the way that this says like something else that comes up with the other Albert witnesses too. Well, the Albert witness gets defensive. Like I love just the non-specific. I love it. But I remember thinking that as well, that it's definitely they're trying to get to the law enforcement here on it, I think.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
A cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
I think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have
That you shouldn't be
beers in that
mixing up your
fridge?
food
Sometimes.
and your
Personal use?
in the same
Sometimes.
fridge.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
What are you referring to here, Kitsmith? You said something was weird. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. If you want to just let me know. Oh no! Uh-oh, I accidentally tried to hit play and I moved this. Hold on. Let me fix it.
Farther away from Waterfall than farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
Memory
close.
exhausted as to the precise to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
But yep.
Okay. And you assumed that
Oh,
was,
right.
you know,
The con-
vodka and soda water or vodka
Right, the
with me
contact.
that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within, when you say it was 2 text messages,
Okay, we're in the
along
right
with the
area.
appetizers?
I believe so.
All right, and that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about? And the waterfall is a short walk to D. And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning? Obviously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship
Yeah.
with him as being
Yes.
friends, correct?
Okay, yeah, this is where we were. So, yeah, so that he allegedly never exchanged, right. So I think also, though, I think he might also be wanting to hint at the fact that Colin was involved in taking that picture. I'm not entirely positive. Oh, that's interesting, Rose. Thank you for that information. Huh. Wow, very interesting. So that you know what's interesting? That question then would resonate with this jury. That's something that threw me and probably many other people for a loop. Like, why would they even ask that? But the jury would get it because this is going to be a Catholic community, probably. Interesting, huh? Thank you for that info. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think he's trying to get at the fact that Colin might have been the one that took it. That's kind of where I think it's headed.
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
The cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
So something that I think some people kind of missed on the point of this part, I think that some of this questioning and it might not be obvious to so many people, because it's easy to forget that there's the alcohol charge that's involved with all this, because again the prosecution's a mess. But I think part of some of this questioning like this, the defense might be wondering, or not wondering, but in thinking that perhaps there were other people involved in this this get together that were really, really, really drunk, right? And so I think they're trying to sort of like determine blood alcohol level. Like this dude says he hadn't eaten all day, he was starving, whatever. He's also on like a quote unquote diet or whatever, and like that's why he's asking him like, did you have a drink before you left? Because you can actually figure out like how many drinks did he have before eating. And I think that's what he's getting at.
And you knew that your wife Julie was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes,
maybe about 3 minutes?
about that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
All right. And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right. And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
I was just sitting here thinking about this thing with the beer, and I was thinking about how did he say he had a beer at the house? Let me back it up real quick. I think he might have fucked up. Let me see something real quick.
That was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the
You
waterfall?
said it was the shop. Okay.
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Yeah, it was
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
All right. And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right. And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton police station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You know what he's getting at there. This probably was obvious to everyone else, and I just didn't pick up on it until now. I don't know how, but I just figured out what I think he's getting at there. That the evidence, remember, like the cups and all the other in the car. I guess the car is probably more important, but the evidence was just left unattended in the Sallyport. I think that's why, because like that, I was thinking well, at least for me, I was thinking along those lines earlier when it was like law enforcement on the stand, and it was like they were going over the evidence in the Sallyport. But like that feels like such a long time ago. But I think that's why he's asking. He's trying to figure out like how many of you guys had access to it. I bet that's the plan.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Argumentative.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes,
All right. If I mention the name Kolokithas, does that ring a bell? Or do you?
that's them, yeah.
That's them, okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high-top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, "Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn," end quote?
That was one of the texts.
I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, Rose.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
So for anyone who's like been here, in and out, like I'll have timestamps in the description for the video once it's done. So for those who are on like replay crew for some or all or portions of it. But Brian Higgins, from what we know so far, obviously he's a huge, he's very important. I'm sure we'll learn more. But from at this point, besides being like an ATF officer, I guess you would call it, he's a bigger dude for one. But also the thing is that he went to the Canton police station at 1:30 a.m. So, and there's no reason, no one can account for the reasoning. Now he hasn't testified yet, but he was at the house if I remember correctly, he actually got to the Alberts house before the Alberts did. And then he was there with them for the whatever after party, if you want to call it that. And then he left and they have his, I guess his key card or whatever going into the police station around 1:30 a.m. And there's we don't have an explanation for why he did that. So yeah, hopefully that helps. I think that's kind of what we know so far, but thank you for being here. I hope you have a good sleep.
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
So you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says "get over here," right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, that's...
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
Right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. We can take that down. At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times?
I'm sure he did.
And bought a few rounds of drinks?
Sure.
Including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
One thing I think is interesting too is if there's a point to the whole thing about him walking, that I meant to say that before, is he trying to kind of insinuate that he planned ahead by walking, so that he could because in other words, it would point to A, the fact that maybe this dude's a heavy drinker, and B, that maybe this going out and getting super fucking wasted, was actually kind of more planned ahead versus just we just decided to go out. I don't know.
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife Julie didn't want to stay any longer, or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
All right. And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon?
Thought I said a lime, but yep.
Okay. And you assumed that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if...
That's interesting. I didn't actually realize the significance of him saying the question of, and you said it either had a lemon or a lime. I kind of just figured that was just like, same or whatever. But it just dawned on me the significance, because he's implying that if it had a lemon, that's smart. That's real smart. Yeah. So if you order water at a restaurant or whatever, you get a glass of water, it'll have a lemon on it. So that's the significance. Whereas a mixed drink is more likely to have a lime. Now he did say lime. That's what's so funny. He definitely said lime, but the attorney kind of chucked that in there, thinking it would be really easy to just be like, yeah, either one, But that was smart. I mean, it didn't work. Like he was like, yeah, I said lime, but still, that's smart. I just didn't realize that until now. I was like, yeah. Had he said yes, that would have been pretty good for them.
She was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
Okay. And you
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
Yeah. From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
That's really good testimony for them right there. That's really good testimony for them right there. So yeah, because he's like, yeah, it wouldn't even occur to me. So good night, Candace. And actually good timing, because I think this is actually a good stopping point, because I think we get into a different line of questioning here. So what we'll do is on the next one, we'll be finishing up with him, and then we'll get to the rest of the Alberts. So the next one, hopefully it'll be the rest of this day and then day 9. Yeah, that should be so. And I might be able to do it tomorrow night. I'm going to try to see what I can do, if I can get it, have a window to squeeze it in, but otherwise it'll be on probably Monday. But I appreciate everybody for being here. It's super fun to go through this with you guys. And especially, I love that everybody is coming in with a fresh perspective, like a juror. And so we're all kind of learning together. It's really fun to be doing this with you guys. So yeah, and as always, we will try to be still be fitting in other things like the Gloria Satterfield and the Koberger documents. Last time I checked, there still wasn't any updates on that, nothing new. So we know they have their sealed hearing coming up on the 14th, or not sealed, rather closed. So we won't be able to see that. But yeah, so we've got one more day of one more free day, I guess, if you want to say one more weekend day before this insanity resumes on Monday. And then who knows who will be on the stand. I mean, I guess we know it'll be they'll be finishing up with Brian, but I wonder who will be after him. Oh my gosh, crazy. All right, you guys are awesome. Let me go ahead and find my outro, and I will see you guys on the next one.